Okay, so everyone has done it by now. And let me ask you about it. The yesterday's assignment, just a second, so that we won't waste time. So when I say day 10, it means all the CRUD related operations. So I'm asking again, nobody's pending in the this, right? Day 10, everyone has done it, which is very good. And has anyone tried yesterday's? Yesterday's main thing was sorting. So have you tried these sorting based requirements? Okay, so not really. Fine, fine. Okay, some of you are not done. So let us spend just today let's less time on the revision. Most of you are saying, but okay, I can see that major, I mean 50-50 it could be. Start, see, you have already created a group. So on that group, if you give me, I'm just making a request to all of you. If every day, if you give me before we start, before the, I mean, morning session, if I can have some kind of a poll, it is not for judging, it is for my own feedback, that how much percentage has done it. It helps me to plan the next day. It helps me to give you the assignment based on that, because then I'll have exact idea of how many of you have done it. So if you can manage that, that will be really great. That will be really good inputs for me. Okay, think about it. So let me tell you today's plan, and then we will start with a revision, and then we'll continue. Thank you, Sonakshi. So here, so today after doing that sorting revision, I'm going to immediately start with iterator and list iterator. I had told in my batch that there is already assignment given which will test your iterator list iterator, but you may or may not have done it. I had shown you the sort method as a generic method, but I had not really discussed too much about it. So a simple generic method example I'll start with, and then I'll take you to the little more advanced generic syntax, which involves question mark, upper bound, lower bound, all of this. So after doing this, then we are going to spend time on, then we will enter set, and I'll give you an overview of set. And the main thing here I want to cover is the hashing algorithm. And if time permits, I would like to talk about Java 8 datetime related APIs, which are inherently thread safe, immutable, and a much better alternative to Java 7, I mean earlier APIs. So that's the plan. Let's get started. So I've not written anything about the revision, but you can start telling me. So I'm not doing any other, I mean, you don't require any other revision other than sorting. So we are talking about sorting in Java. I'll not write because, then it takes too much time and we waste morning time. So start. What are the two different ways in which you can do sorting in Java? That much, at least everyone should know it. So natural ordering and the custom ordering, very right. So when natural ordering is already there, what is the need of custom ordering? People ask you, why custom ordering, or what is the need of custom ordering? Anyone? You know the answer. If you want to compare, yes, non-primary key based also, and that don't give that as a interview answer. If you have multiple different ways of sorting, one on one button click, you wanted sorting by a particular criteria, let's say a roll number. On other, you want it by roll number and something, or GPA and birth date, right? Different criteria, exactly. And you don't want to touch every time the UDT to change the criteria. Then you have to enter the custom ordering, right? So now tell me the norm. The natural ordering has to be consistent with some method, which is that method. Natural ordering should, no, natural ordering method is compared to Anshuman, but it has to be, yes, exactly, equals. So natural ordering being consistent with equals, what does it mean? If if the equals method, when the equals method returns true, what should the compare to method return? +1, -1, or 0. Everyone knows that. Okay, so that's right. So now tell me the steps in natural ordering. I'll give you a different scenario. Suppose you have created you want to store the employee based organization details, be it employee, manager, worker, temporary worker, anything in a what do you say, growable data structure, which is array list. So in that case, now start telling me for this. So what will be the first step? And I tell you, yeah, exactly. But which class has to implement comparable? Which is the class it has to implement? Employee class has to implement. So which is the class which has to implement a comparable? That is the type of the list, the generic type of the list, which is user defined type, right? So that's your comparable. Is comparable generic interface? Of course, yes. So what should be, can comparable be of any type? Means, let me ask you a question. If you are saying public class employee implements comparable. So, and if I give the type of comparable as, let's say customer, will work or will not work? Of course, not work. And why it will not work? That answer is in the generic type signature. So, which I'll tell you today, which says the T means the UDT, extends comparable. Don't get confused. Extends here means implements. So I'll come to that syntax. It's just a upper bound. So T must be comparable, and comparable type must be either T, that is employee, or its super type. Okay, so all these I will cover in generic syntax. So the point is, the first step is clear. Public class employee implements comparable of employee type, which is the method. Nikhil, I think, had answered me already. The method to implement is compare to. What are the three different values? Everyone knows: -1, +1, 0. So I'll give you example. If I say, I want you to, primary key or the natural ordering criteria is, let's say, employee ID. And employee ID is, let's say, string. I'll repeat, employee ID string. So can you tell me what will you write in your compare to method? Do you understood my inputs? The equals method, absolute. Equals method? Oh, no. Equals method, we're not talking about equals. I'm talking about compare to. I said, what will you write in the compare to method of an employee class? No, you're not understanding me. What will be the code inside the this compare to method? Wrong answer, Anshuman. Exactly, Kuldeep got it right. It has to be the compare to method of the string. You want, if you say equals, guys, it will just tell you true or false. What is the return type of compare to? It's a integer. So all you will have is, I'll talk in code, return this dot employee ID dot compare to another employee dot employee ID, provided employee ID is a string. So which classes compare to method you are calling inside? String classes compare to method, and job gets done. I hope everyone is clear. So now what is the last and final step? So you have made this employee comparable, you have overridden or implemented that compare to method. What is the last step? You have to call some API, which will give you the sorting algorithm. So which classes method it is, Sarthak? Sort function is fine. Whose method? Collections. Static or non-static? Static. So you can say collections.sort. And what is the argument you supply? That argument is employee list. So when you pass this employee list, there are two checks compiler does. So first check is for the data structure. So what is the argument type? The argument type should be any list. I mean, I can't talk. Wait, just a second. Wait, you can keep answering. I'm here. I mean, I'm reading. So here the type of the list must be, okay, the type of the data structure can be, when you talk about list, there's so many list implementation classes, right? So I'm talking about java.util.list, as everyone knows. And the one which we have been looking at is array list. So is array list a list? Of course, yes. But in addition to array list, yeah, I already got it from Charu Pratiksha. Anything, Ashwini, array list, linked list, vector, any list implementation class. So that finishes the first half. Now, if you search collections, there is a sort. So here I'm saying without comparator. So now see, this is what you're going to see today. This is your generic type signature. So compiler says, generic says for educating compiler, for informing compiler. So fine, it is that array list. Array list of type T. T is replaced by what? Employee in our discussion. So now compiler is going to check. Don't get confused, Prachi. This extends is the same keyword which we use for extending from the superclass as well as implementing from interface. This is how the generic syntax is. Let me come to that and I'll explain properly. So your compiler checks, is employee comparable? What is the answer? Yes, because you have implemented comparable. And that comparable cannot be of any arbitrary type. The comparable has to be of the type T. There's something called as lower bound. We'll cover later. So this is what tells the compiler to check, has your employee implemented comparable interface, and is that comparable interface of the particular type as an employee? If both the answers, three answers, array list, employee is comparable, and comparable is of the type employee, then only compiler compiles. I mean, then only there are no compiler errors. Now tell me, it tells you all that. It tells you the implementation note also refers to list.sort. I mean, anyway, internally it is again doing it with a comparator, but a null comparator. Anyway, don't get confused there. So now answer, when you have written this, JVM will internally call. When I say JVM, what I mean is the JVM as in the implementation of the sort method. TIM's sorting algorithm it uses. Which classes, which method it will internally call. Yes. So internally it will call. No. Let me give you proper things. Suppose you have got in your organization 100 employees. Means what? The size of the list is 100. So imagine there is E1, E2, E3, E4, etc. till E100. So for the first time, what it will call? E1 dot compare to. No, I want precise answer. E1 dot compare to E2. Are you understanding? Now, imagine this returned you -1. So will it shuffle the references or will it keep it as it is? Quickly. Shuffle, swap or no swap? Okay, fine. No swap, no shuffling. Because it is already E1 is less than E2. What is the need of shuffling? Next one. Is this a stable sort or unstable sort? Answer is it is a stable sort. Means what? Means what? Even when the method returns you 0, is it going to swap or not swap? Is it going to shuffle or not shuffle? Answer is no shuffling. But if E1 dot compare to E2 returns you a positive number, what will take place? What will happen? Of course, shuffling. And that is how it is going to arrange it in the ascending order. So this easiest thing is I already told you yesterday, which of the following is your call, your responsibility, providing the sorting criteria or writing the sorting algorithm? Tell me. It is only the providing criteria. The hard part of writing the sorting algorithm and making it extremely efficient, that part is taken up by the ready-made implementation of DSA, which is nothing but your collection framework. This is now you'll start understanding what I was trying to say. Okay, so this is one part. Next one. But if I say now I have suppose employees belonging to different departments. So employee has a department ID and employee has a salary. So suppose I want to sort the employees as per the department ID, which is let's say string or enum. Okay, keep it simple, string. I can have an enum also. String department ID and double salary. I'll repeat my question. I want to see the sorted employees or the employee details sorted as per the department ID and salary. How will you do that? So which is the best way? Custom ordering. Okay. So for custom ordering, what is the first step? First step is, you tell me in steps quickly. No. First, you have to create a class. Either you can create a separate class or the anonymous inner class. Let's talk about anonymous inner class. I'll write that much. Otherwise, too much of it is vague. So here I'm saying sort employee details as per what is it I said? Department and salary. And department ID, let it be ascending. I'll just, somebody asked me yesterday, and I want salary as descending, maybe like, GPA topper and all that. So tell me. So let's start with the one-liner collections.sort. Okay, sorry. keep the answer ready. First is, what is the first argument? List to be sorted. Got it? Now, what is the second argument? Let's see what you are saying. I hope you are giving me correct. Okay. So here it is, new. What should follow after new? New and the name of the class? No. Here comes the name of the interface which you want to implement. So which is the interface you want to implement? Comparator. Is it a typed interface or untyped raw interface? Typed interface. So that will be your employee. This is for instance, sorry, this is for constructor. Class opening, class closing, statement over. 100% clear? Now, which is the method you are going to for override? See, override and implement, the annotation is the same. Annotation is the this thing at override. And which is the method we are talking about? Public int compare. How many arguments we need to pass? Two arguments, employee E1, employee E2. Sorry. Yes. I hope people are clear. Everyone is clear so far? Now, what should I sort by? User has given me the requirement. Sort by department ID. So I did the assumption. You can have enum, you can have string. Enum has already overridden has already implemented comparable. So it doesn't matter really. So just check the return value. If and only if both the employees are working for the same department, then only sort them by salary. That's how it is. So you know. So even if it is a string or enum, both classes are comparable. So things are so easy. So E1 dot, suppose you have got a getter, get department, compare to E2 dot get department. Everyone is clear? So what are the three possible outcomes? +1, -1, 0. So in which case I should check further, I should sort further. In case both are same, so both are same means return value will be what? 0. So if return value is 0, then only compare by salary. So tell me, what is the data type of salary? Primitive or what is it? Wrapper? Primitive or reference? Of course, primitive. Double is typically the salary. So here you can definitely use in the brackets and all, I mean, open a block, if else condition. If E1 dot get salary is less than E2 dot get salary, return -1, etc. Is there a one-liner solution? Answer is yes. What is that solution? Simply typecast primitive type to the wrapper type. So here I'm saying return. You got that? So here, if I say this, you tell me correct or wrong. Double E1 dot get sal. Have I done it correctly? No, I guess this is wrong. Wait a second. Wait a second. So here, right. So this is E1 dot get sal is fine. Dot compare to E2 dot get sal. Okay. And otherwise, return that value which you have got from here. Right. So think about this. Is it okay? You tell me, correct or wrong? Exactly. I wanted a descending. Yeah, one parenthesis is missing. That is fine. That is not an issue. So where is the parenthesis missing? Here. Okay. So that's not this. We are not here typing context. But as somebody said, this will give you ascending order or descending order. This will give you a natural order, ascending order. So how do you do the descending? Just swap the arguments. Okay. So in which case now it will shuffle the references. It will shuffle the references in the case either 0 it doesn't touch. 0 is stable. Okay. But if E1 salary is less than E2 salary, then it will swap. So this is your revision, not so quick, but yes, a detailed revision about or negative is not. I mean, yeah, you can do the negative part also, but I mean, instead of changing the sign, it's easier to swap. Anyway, anything is same. So this is what I just wanted to quickly recap, not so quickly, but this is what we had done. So this is, I expect everyone to be clear about it, because today when I talk in tree set or later in tree map, thank you, Akshay, this thing. So here, it will immediately, you will know that wherever you talk about sorting in Java, either it is the heart of sorting, natural ordering is comparable, or custom ordering is comparator. So now let me take you to the next part. I mean, first part of today's iterators and less iterators. So let me just open this. I'll copy this into today's help so that, I don't have to draw the whole thing again naturally. So let me open with, you can maintain, you can also do the changes. So this is what I'm saying. Look at the revision part. Anything which is iterable, or okay, let me say it properly. Iterable is the super interface of collection. Now I think you must have got some hang of the overview. And iterable has multiple methods, for example, for each and all, but those are higher order functions. We'll talk about it tomorrow, I mean sometime. So the point is, here there is a method called as lowercase iterator, and then you have the return type is iterator. So what does the iterator method return? We say that it is the iterator instance. But now if you see the Java docs, you will see that iterator is nothing but an interface. So can anyone tell me what is the meaning of iterator instance? Since it is so important, I would like to write it down. I said, I'll say this. Iterable is the interface. Everyone agrees? And it has a method called as iterator. Okay, so can anyone tell me what it returns? I'll write this part, don't tell me this. This returns me iterator instance. Anyone wants to tell me what does it imply? Interfaces cannot be instantiated. Okay, so don't say Sarthak instance of a class. Better answer is Saurav's answer. Instance of a implementing class. So I'll write it in a full this. Instance of the class implementing which interface? Iterator. And let me just go a little bit ahead and I'll show you. That is not the, what do you say, separate class. It is nothing but the inner class, the nested class. You'll see all of that. So coming back to point, this is what is the meaning. And what are the three methods? So now we can't do without Java docs. Anyway, you should never do without Java docs. So open parallelly. Look for iterable, please. In iterable, you will see the other methods. Default methods, ignore. I'll talk about default methods. In functional programming, returns an iterator over the elements of type T. Okay, so I think exactly has next, next, and remove. Perfect. So go to this iterator. I'm so sorry. I wanted to click on this. So here, this is the iterator type. Now read this carefully. This just represents an iterator over collection, means a cursor which can traverse over the collection. They are giving you the difference between iterator and enumeration. From the slides, if you read, I've taken it from here. So if you click on enumeration, don't confuse it with your enum. Enum is different. Enum is a keyword which extends from java.lang.enum. Here I'm talking about enumeration interface. Don't waste a minute. This is only exam objective. If anyone asks you, iterator versus enumeration, you should know. So here, how you can do that. So there, this is a vector example they have taken. Similarly, you can attach it for your array list also. So enumeration, don't worry about the code example, has, again, default methods exclude two methods. Like how iterator has next and next. What is corresponding to has next? Has more elements. And what is corresponding to next? Next element. Okay, but see the method names are longer. So I'll say what kind of a difference it is. So I'll not quote that. But which is the third method which is missing? Tell me. Iterator versus enumeration. What is it which you can do with the iterator but cannot do with the enumeration is remove. Okay, so that is the point they are saying. Okay, so if you want to remove, method names are this, remove method is added, etc. So if you want to remove certain elements during iteration, the simplest way to use is iterator. Okay, so now we will write, I'll show you. Again, default methods are not today's concern. So has next, it's given in such a clear-cut manner. So if you say has next, returns to if the iteration has more elements, that is to the next of the iterator position if there are more elements. Then next method actually passes over the element and returns the element. So this has to be done with the memory picture, which we will do in 2 minutes. And the remove method, it's forget the default keyword. I'll discuss the default keyword little later. So here it removes the element which your iterator passed over. But when I say this, nothing is clear. So let us write something and then, so till the time it is opening, I'll have to edit this diagram. So I will just open it with pen. Okay, so this basic code everyone understands. So quickly go through this. So there are certain, what do you say, account. I'm continuing with that because I don't want to change the scenario. It's the focus is on iterator and list iterator. So this is it. And now we will write some code and then in 2 minutes, we'll look at the memory diagram. So here, today is day 11, right? Day 11. No, day 12 it is, sorry. So where are we? I'll close all these projects once. So here I'm saying iterators, test one. And since I definitely don't want to start from scratch, see what all I'm copying. So COMAP core, custom comparators, I don't need it right now. If I require, I'll do that. And utils. I'm not copying a tester. Okay, so I've got my bank account, its types, and the custom exception, and the mainly the utils. So here, I don't want to start from scratch. It takes too much time. So let us get that populated collection. Everyone must have written populate some sample data, hardcode some sample data. So I expect people to try out the same things and be there. So import static, utils, collection utils, populate sample data. Right? And here, if I call the method, now I hope you have settled on import static at least. If you click on it and say control 1, there is one nice shortcut, assign the statement to new local variable. Okay, so when you do that, it just avoids typing. This is all ID. This is no concept, no brainer. So here I just assigned it to some variable so that I don't have to type everything. It gets automatically added and with the imports. Now I'm giving you a simple requirement. Display elements in the list. Okay, so if I tell you that you have so many options. First simple option is, see this. When I say list, anyone wants to tell me. If I just say list, which classes, which method will get called internally? I expect quick answers such time. I said, if I say SOP list, can you please tell me which classes, which method will get called? The not wrong, wrong still, error list toString method. Absolutely correct. So this is, guys, see this. JVM goes by the type of the object. What is the type of the object you are having? Okay, I mean, reference type is same and the object type is the same. So it will call error list toString. And you will see error list toString is overridden so that within the square brackets, now internally what you said is right. It will go over all the elements. Which elements I'm talking about, guys? These A1, A2, A3, A4, A5, whatever. And individually then it will call bank accounts toString. But the first one is array list ka toString. Then it goes over all the elements by attaching the implicit iterator and then prints the thing. So confirm. This is not what my topic is. My topic is yet to begin. So can you see? This is that square bracket, which is, starting of the array list. Open array list class and look at the toString description. And then you can see all the bank accounts, whatever you have. So this is the easiest trick for debugging. But if you want to generate a report, you don't want to do this. So which is the what do you say, easy way we have been doing is you can use either for loop or you can also attach for each. But today the beginning time is the iteration. So I want display the elements using explicit. There's nothing implicit about it. Explicit iterator. Okay. So here, tell me. So in this case, how should I do that? You just first, I was like talking to somebody. First, you understand it at the API level. So, you get the confidence that whatever you wrote is working. And then you get into internal and understand it inside out. Anyone wants to tell me? Display the elements using the explicit iterator. So how should I do it? Anyone wants to tell me? Nobody wants to tell me? No, 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 no. What is the answer I'm getting? For each, no. This one, Abhilash, you're not getting me. I said explicit iterator. Exactly. So here, attach the iterator. So, sorry. Can I attach the iterator to the array list? Attach the iterator. Answer is yes. Why? Simple. Is array list iterable? Yes. And anything which is iterable has the iterator method. So, attach the iterator. So, left hand side is iterator. Okay. What will be the type of E here? E will be replaced by what? E is just a placeholder. What is the type of the list? Bank account. So it is the iterator of the type bank account. So let's say ITR. Okay. The class name is also ITR. Anyway, so let's say account iterator. Otherwise, you'll get confused. Anyway, and what is the right hand side? Somebody had given me. So list has implemented iterable interface. Of course, it has given you the code for iterator. So now, when you say this, what is the position of the iterator? Iterator is like your cursor. So what is the position of the iterator? This account iterator, this is the position. I'm sorry, this is the iterator. Is this placed on the first element or before the first element? Answer is placed before the first element. In a memory picture, I'll show you in a minute. So placed before the first element. Now you are going to check, is there any element next to the position? Which method you want to use? Has next, next or remove? Of course, has next. But I don't know how many samples are there. You'll say you know because it is hard-coded. Today I know, but in general I won't know. So what is the looping structure? Simple while. So while account iterator dot, see the methods you get immediately. You get the methods has next. Where's that has next? Okay, see this returns to if the iteration has more elements. While account iterator has next. So now it has just peeked. It has just checked whether there is an element. But have we actually extracted the element? We have not. So which is the method to get the element? Next. So currently I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying display. Tell me what it is. So account iterator dot next. Okay. So as simple as that. I mean, when you start, it is of course as simple as that. So this is what will keep on traversing throughout. Okay. And then when will this loop come to an end? The moment it comes to the end of the list, when there is no more elements, when there are no more elements to the next position of the iterator, the loop stops iteration, and I'll simply say main over something, iteration over, main over, etc. So first just confirm whether it is working, and then we can always. So this is what I meant using explicit iterator, which is the implicit version of it. Implicit version of this iteration is for each. But there are certain cases in which you can't use for each and you have to use the explicit iterator or some higher order function. But higher order functions I have not reached. So that was the assignment given to you yesterday. Anyways, so first check this and tell me. You can always compare it with that sample data. That's why I like to work with sample data. So you know exactly what we are talking about. So is the output and the code 100% clear? So now it is time to look into the internals. So let me just have this code. I'll just take this two-liner and put it in the diagram. So, you can have the code as usual. And something. I mean, the memory picture should be hand in hand, right? So you can understand this much. Now let's start using. Let me show you. So here, what we are, I'll just take my cursor here. Mouse cursor. Yeah, so here, this is a pointer. So which is the code oh, sorry, what is it we already have got in the memory? We have got array list filled with certain account type of references, and they are pointing to account object. I hope everyone is clear in step one. Now, when you say list.iterator, what exactly happens? Okay, so first is iterator is like a cursor. So what is the position of the cursor? The position of the cursor is before the first element. So here I'll just use some color to show you. So this is where, okay, so this is where the cursor is kept. Okay, so this is the position of the cursor. And to show you, I'll just not, oh sorry, so this is the before the first element. And here, if you see in the, what is it having is nothing but the account iterator. So this account iterator for the first time, where it is pointing to, it is referring to the position in the list before the first element. Now be clear. So just literally solve the code with me. When I say while account iterator dot has next, where it will check. Will it check to the left of it? I mean, previous position or next position? Of course, has next is quite clear. So is there any element to the next of it? Tell me, yes or no? Of course, the answer is yes. So this will return you true. And now the interesting thing happens is, when you say, see, I'm solving this part now. When you say account iterator dot next, you know what happens? Two things happen. The cursor passes over the element, and now this is where the cursor is. Okay, the cursor is, look at my drawing skills. So the cursor is now after this whatever the first element, and this element is returned to the caller. I'll repeat it. I'm anyway going to repeat it 4 times. So when you say account iterator dot next, the cursor, the iterator passes over the element, returning the element which it passed over. So which is the element it passed over? A1. A1 is the reference. And when you say SOP A1, see this, account iterator dot next, which class is which method it will call? A1 is a pointer to bank account object. So bank account details are printed. Okay, so that is for the first iteration. Now you can understand any this. So where is my cursor now? Cursor is not on the first element. It is between the first and the second element. Now continue with the story. So what will happen for the second iteration? If I say account iterator dot has next, is there any element next to it? Of course, yes. So this returns true. And when you call next, what will happen? The cursor passes over the element, returning the second element. Are you getting it? Don't forget, the indices are 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, etc. I'm just calling it as first element, second element. And likewise, it continues for the third iteration and the fourth iteration. Actual size could be 4 or 5. I'm just showing you from this. Now tell me, when the cursor position comes here, and for the last time when it says account iterator dot has next, is there any element next to the position of the iterator? Answer is no. There is nothing. So there is nothing next to the position of the iterator. And account iterator dot has next, what will it return? Will it return true or will it return false? Obviously. Of course, it returns you false. And then the entire iteration stops. Okay, so this is the sequence. So for the third time, it will return A3. For the fourth time, it will return A4. So this is how the iterators are arranged. So I'll just quickly recap. When you attach the iterator, same thing I'm going to talk about list iterator in 2 minutes. So when you either attach iterator or list iterator, where is the cursor placed? On the first element or before? Tell me. It is placed before the first element. And when you check has next, it checks to the next of the iterator. Is there any element? If yes, returns true. And most importantly, when you say next, what it does is the iterator or the cursor passes over the element and returning the element which it passed over. Again, don't trust. I mean, when you see it in the Java docs, everyone definitely believes it. So here, currently I have not reached the list iterator, but list iterator gives you the picture. So if anyone wants to look at it right away, because this diagram, I mean, I have to take it from somewhere, right? So list iterator is my list iterator. Fine. So you, if you don't want, you can just look at here. Right now, I'm not asking you to look into list iterator, but this is what it is. An iterator for the list of n. So first the cursor position is before the element. Then it checks has next. So if there is an element present, element means reference, collection is collection of references. Then it passes over the element and the position of the cursor is here. That is how it goes. Okay. So tell me, are you clear with the code so far? Is everyone clear with the code so far? Now there is a small understanding. See, now what I'm going to show you is optional. I'm not at all saying it is compulsory, but I feel every Java developer should know that, should be curious about it. So let me ask you, iterator is what? What is iterator? Interface or a class? Of course, an interface. But can you see that we are nicely calling the methods of the iterator. So it has to be backed up by some class. So you already know there is a method in Java by which you can find out what is the name of the actual class. Which is that method? Which is the class which is loaded in the memory? You know the API. Exactly. So get class dot get name. Okay. So even get class is also sufficient. So this is extra. This is, if you say no, today I don't want to get into it, fine. Tomorrow you can get there. So here if I say account iterator, because I have to explain something, or rather, I mean, I like to explain something. So get class dot get name or simple get class toString also returns the same. You will see something surprising. And I hope you will connect to it also after spending so much time. So when you look at it, immediately things are clear. So tell me, what is it? The moment you see dollar, what does it remind you of? Nesting, nested classes. So which is the outer class and which is the inner class? So this is your outer class array list. I'm just going to change the code to linked list, and this will be replaced by linked list. And there is a nested class ITR. So what it means, okay, a question for you. Let's see whether anyone can answer. I'm sure you can. When I show you this in a minute, array list $ITR, can anyone tell me, this is a nested class, okay? Nested class, nested within your array list. So can you comment on which is the interface this particular class would have implemented? Yes, please. Wrong answer, Abhilash. Try again. Are you understanding? I said array list $ITR, which is the interface this class, inner class, nested class must have implemented. Wrong answer, I said wrong. And why you saying plus there? Okay, not this. Last chance. Iterator is the correct answer. Guys, it is, I have assigned it to iterator. Anytime you are confused, go to our favorite example, stack st or stack ref equal to new fixed stack. Interface reference pointing to implementation class instance. Are you getting me? So iterator is the interface reference pointing to implementation class instance. This all is extra. So if you say, no, I don't like you, I mean, I don't like this kind of depth, ignore it. So, but sometime you should go there. So just control click on array list. This opens the internal. Anytime you feel, I'm not saying matured in the wrong way, but matured in the generics way, matured in the Java way and all that. And that time you can definitely open, and then you open class, not open, look for class ITR. And you can see this, then you start enjoying things, then you start understanding things. So this is a privately nested. Are you getting me? Private. So nobody can access it from outside other than the outer class. So private class ITR and which is the interface it is implementing. ITR is the implementation class of iterator. So what it does is iterator interface of the same type B, whatever is the type. Okay, and then it has got these methods. Which methods we saw? Has next, next, and remove. Okay, so this is what I wanted to show you, but take it at your own pace. So here, what I'm saying is here, nothing but what it prints is array list dollar, where's my dollar, ITR, which is the implementation class. It is the inner class, you know, I mean, that much is clear. Inner class of array list that implements which interface, guys? So look at the left hand side. Of course, it implements iterator. This is the internal. And tomorrow, if I replace array list by a linked list, is linked list iterable? 100% yes. I just said Control Shift O. Oh, I can't do that. Sorry, I can't do that. Why I can't do that? Because that populate sample data is returning me the array list. Okay, so array list is not a linked list. So I won't be able to do that so fast. Just a second, I'm just undoing things. Okay, but I can always show you in a thing. I just have a point here. I don't want to waste too much time. So suppose I say linked list of integer. Simple. Doesn't matter whether it is an integer list or whether it is an account list. So let's say ints is equal to new linked list. It has the same things. So just a second, why don't we do something else? Because you know, when I start one topic, I can show you so many things. So I'll give you a small objective. Let's see whether you can manage. Create a linked list from populated array list. You'll say where you have shown us linked list. Agreed. I've not shown you a linked list, but the constructors of array list and linked list are similar except the one. So let me show you. I'll show you a linked list separately to show its data structure. But right now, just focus on this. Okay. So, you know, linked list is a list, is a collection, is iterable. But in addition to iterable collection and list, it also implements the features from the queue as well as DAC, that is double-ended queue, which makes it different than your array list. And as I said, it is not a contiguous memory area. It is a chain of nodes. Right now, don't go there. Right now, just stick to the constructors. So tell me, can you use any of the constructors to create a populated linked list from the array list? So which one can I use? The first one or the second one? Which one should I use? Second one. So do you remember we had discussed exactly this? Forget about this question mark extents. That is my next topic. So can I create a linked list from any collection, any populated collection? Yes. And is array list a collection? Yes. So this is what I suddenly thought of. You know, initially I was going to show you integer list. Then I thought maybe I can cover this as well. So here, so I will write the left hand side. Linked list of, why go to integer if I already have the data? So what's the variable name I've used here? List. Okay. So okay, some variable name. Give me the right hand side, new linked list. I have added that. I showed you restore default, so I get this. But if I create this, what will be the size? 0. Are you understanding it? So I don't want it. So if I pass list here, what is the check your compiler is going to do? Is this list a collection? What is array list? Array list is a collection, so compiles fine. So at this point, can anyone tell me? I'm not going to draw the memory picture because it takes too much time, but verbally I will discuss. So anyone wants to tell me when this line is called, this line, which line? 27 is executed. What should you show in the memory? Quickly. So you have another, will it be the same array list or should you show the different linked list object? Of course, a different linked list object. But that linked list will you show in an array style manner or disjoint nodes? Disjoint nodes. Okay. So imagine this is your, I said I will not draw, but I'm not going too much inside, please, because we are distracting. So this is your maybe the first node. Then there is a next node. Then there is a next node, not at all in contiguous memory location. It could be anywhere in the heap. And since it is in Java, is it a singly linked list or is it a doubly linked list? Answer is it is a doubly linked list. So what will be the three slots here? A pointer, previous pointer, element reference, and the next pointer. So what will be the previous pointer of this? It is not a circular double. Don't get confused. Those who know data structures. So previous pointer will be null. It is not going to refer to the end of whatever. And the data element reference. So I'll just, okay, let's start the topic. So this is your previous. This is your reference. R for reference. I don't have a space. And the next pointer. So what will be the value of P here? Null. What will be the value of next pointer here? Everyone knows that. It is going to point to the next node. Are you getting this? You can draw the arrow. So similarly, you will have three slots here. This is your node, internal node in the linked list. So again, you will have previous, reference, and next. So tell me, what will this? I'll just draw. Since I started a discussion, I can't leave it in a, should not leave it in a haphazard manner. So this is previous, this is your reference, and this is your next. Anyone wants to tell me, what will this previous pointer point to? Naturally to the earlier node. This is what I meant. But that's not the question. The question is, sorry. So what is the variable name I've used? Linked list. So here, where will you show the linked list, please? Of course, it's a method local variable. So you can show it in the stack. And what will be that pointing to? Anyone wants to tell me? What will be this reference pointing to? First node or the last node? Of course, to the first node. Okay. So again, this is not my current objective. I just want to ask you something, an important question. People ask you, when you write this, are you making copy of these account objects? Meaning, should I show different set of account objects elsewhere in the heap? Or are we making copy of references? Copy of references or copy of objects? Tell me, please. This copy of references means what? See, when you draw it, things become super clear. You have that feeling. I'm sure you agree with me. So what will this first reference point to? Anyone? This is nothing but going to be pointing to our same old account object. What will this reference point to? Second account object. This reference will point to here, and the fourth reference or whatever will point to here. Is everyone ultra clear, super clear? It is not. When you say you are creating a new linked list object, of course you are creating a chain of nodes. But are we copying? So this linked list object is new. But are we copying any, what is it called? Bank account objects or employee objects and all? Absolutely not. It is just a copy of references. Okay. So my real point was showing you the iterator. So here. Now, answer the same things. Is linked list iterable? Of course, yes. So you know that is iterable. And the moment you say iterable, it has implemented iterator interface and it has implemented iterator method and given you the iterator. So how do I attach iterator? Same API. So what is it? I'll say iterator. What will be the type? Of course, it is the type is generic type is the same. So bank account, let's say this is not list iterator. Let me call it as something else. Account iterator 2, for example. What will be the RHS? Same. The method is the same. It is all inherited from iterable. So linked list dot iterator. Okay. And the whole idea was showing you this. The name of the inner class, account iterator 2 dot get class. Even this is sufficient. Get name. I just write it in a proper manner. And if you want to attach here, the whole working of iterator is also same. Okay. So only thing is, what is wrong here? Oh, sorry, RMS spelling mistake. Now it is fine. Just check for look for my stupid mistakes. This is because I misspelled it here. So I think I've got, otherwise, you'll get confused. Account iterator to iterator to iterator to and iterator to. Fine. So now let me ask you a question. When I execute this code, where will you show account iterator? Answer that. It will be before this first node. Are you getting it? So it will be before the first node in the chain. And when you say has next, it will take the help of the next pointer to check, is there a next node? Here it was so easy, contiguous memory locations. Here, using this next pointer, it will check, is there any next node? If the next pointer is null, it knows there's nothing ahead, iteration stops. Okay, so the internal working is similar, only the data structure is different. Coming back to the point was output is going to be the same, but the name of the class, see the exactly same output. All you have done is the copy of the references. Data we have not modified, but I hope people can recognize this. So what are you looking at? You are looking at iterator attached to array list or linked list, AL or LL, linked list. And everyone now can understand what are you looking at. This is your nested class, privately nested class inside a linked list. And the name of the class is not iterator, it is list itr. And that class must have implemented iterator interface. Actually, it does list iterator, but list iterator extends from iterator. So the point I tried to make is, don't get confused. When you see the iterator instance, it is nothing but a implementation class instance. So I'll give you a minute to settle over it. So this was the memory picture, and whether you attach it to array list, linked list, vector, later hash set, preset, linked hash set, the working of iterator is the same. So think about it. I'm writing another code sample. You worry about, I mean, you look into that. Whatever you don't understand, tell me. I'll look at your questions in a minute, okay? Let me just. So I just made a copy, but you don't worry about it. Anybody, is everyone same can be achieved? Yes, absolutely. No, absolutely not. What you are saying, Anshuman, is absolutely right. So, but that itself is a lot. It's not like don't undermine it by just only that. Adding the elements during iteration and removing the element during iteration is a valuable operation. So it is a value. Don't undermine its value, please. So the point is, yeah, but what you are saying is, yeah, that is one. The reference is stored on the stack. Of course, the reference account iterator, I showed Akash, you missed it, looks like. See this? Of course it is stored. And it just corresponds to the position in the array list before the first element or before the whatever linked list node. It definitely requires the stack memory. So now let us go. First, I will show you my README, and then we will confirm whatever I have written, is it correct or not. So today's compulsory, and did I say this? I think yesterday I told you, I am not sure. I am not sure about this. So compulsory README is collections README. I'm not saying you read the whole stuff too much. So at least everyone should read exceptions, because like I told somebody yesterday, people grill you more on the exceptions rather than the norms. Okay, so here, read this one by one. What are the exceptions involved in handling iteration, iterator, list iterator, or your lists in general? So it is pretty easy to understand. So no such element exception. Whenever you are trying to access the element of the list, not list, element of any iterable beyond the size. Okay. So I'm going to show you in a minute. That is why that is where my testers are. Next one. The illegal state exception you will get if you don't call hand in hand next and remove. Meaning, if you try to remove the element before passing over the cursor, you will definitely get this. So what the remove API does, see all these statements are written clear cut in your Java docs. I'll just show you. So let me take you to iterator. So if you see this iterator and if you look for remove, removes from the underlying collection, the last element returned by this iterator. In simple English, if you don't want to, complicate that, this is given so clear cut. This method can be only called once per next. So next and remove. If you want to call remove, first you have to pass the cursor over it by calling next. Next and remove has to be hand in hand. Otherwise, you'll definitely get some exception. And what is the name of the exception we are looking at? Illegal state. And this one is easy. I'll just talk about concurrent modification in a minute. This one is the easiest. If you try to access the list element by get any index based operation, everyone knows what is the range of indices 0 to size -1. If you go beyond, you'll get index out of bounds. You have seen it sometime. If you have not seen, that is very easy. Just try it out. And then the most interesting of the lot, where people grill you a lot, is concurrent modification. So instead of talking about it, I like to show. So let me show you these examples quickly and then move on to the next topic. So here, answer that. What will happen? Okay, immediate question, because sometimes reading. Wait a second, Saurav, I'm not even started with this. Just give me a minute, please. Tell me. Previous, where I have involved previous. I have not yet explained previous method. Wait for list iteration and I'll definitely explain. So the question is, what will happen? You know the answer. If you're if you're understood what I said, what will happen? Output or exception? First one. It is an exception. But you gave me the Ronak, you gave me the wrong this. Here, what will be the exception? Index out of bound when you are using the index-based API. Which is the exception, guys, here? No such element exception. I'm writing in short forms. Because you are trying to access via iterator. I'm not trying to do it with the index, right? So you will definitely get an unchecked exception. You can see that where I have written that try catch block. So you will get this because your iteration is over. Can anyone tell me what is the position of the account iterator here? Tell me. What is the position of account iterator after the last element? Everyone understands that? It has, I've shown you in the memory. So after that, there is nothing to access. Definitely exception is guaranteed. Confirm, please. So it happily worked. And then you can see that. So in the line number, now you know $, iterator and all that. So this is the internal code. Forget that. You can look at this. What is the name of the exception? No such element exception. There is no such element. And where it has hit you on this particular line number. So the check you have to do is the next method before blindly calling next method, which is the method which has to be called first. Next has to be preceded with what? Preceded by what? Before call, of course, has next. And if you forget it sometime, you'll definitely get this exception. So one exception in one example. So definitely whenever you are going through all this revision, lab revision, go through and confirm what exception and all that. Okay. So now, the next one. Index out of bounds is the easiest. Okay, I'll show you that as well. Wait a second. So here, tell me what will happen. It's the easiest one to go. You know array index out of bound, you know string index out of bounds. The super class is index out of bounds. So if I say, tell me, exception or no exception, quickly. Of course, the answer is no exception because the range itself, I hope you are saying no exception, right? Exception is wrong. No exception because you have the range from 0 to size minus 1. And what it will display is, it will display the last element, correct? So confirm. That's not, see, every time I'll not ask you the same question. So of course you are getting the last reference, last element. That was not the question. The question is, now what will happen? Exception or no exception? Of course, exception. And that is your index out of bounds. Okay, confirm. You know, you don't have to spend like hours, not hours, you won't spend hours, I know that, but don't spend extra minutes. Just try it out, confirm, and go ahead. That much only. 10-15 minutes over this. So as you can see, index out of bounds, and it is telling you length means the size is 5 and you are accessing the fifth element. I hope it is pretty easy. Next one. These are the favorite questions given a piece of code, what will happen types. So just giving you practice. So I don't want this. Should I copy it anyway? So give me a second, okay? So display the elements. This, all these things I will remove. Unnecessary stuff. This is iterator. This is also now unnecessary. Because you know that, that's why I'm saying it is unnecessary. And here also it is unnecessary. I'll do something. You will tell me. The question is the same. What will happen? What was that? List. Yes, my code changes are done. Anybody wants to tell me? Compile time error? Uh, what is it called? Runtime error or output? Answer is no error. Okay. So here you have followed the rule. See the rule. Rule means correct working. You have checked, is there any element? Yes. You have your cursor, your iterator has passed over the element, returning the next element, and that returned element you have removed. Okay. Am I doing any conditional checking like I yesterday told you? Remove the failed cases from that student list. I'm not having any checking. Adding check is so easy. But the point is, here I'm removing the element. Next and remove is going hand in hand. So no error, zero errors. And here, what will you see? Empty list or populated list? Answer E or P. Of course, empty list. So you are going to see empty pair of square brackets. Confirm. Is everyone clear? So you have literally removed all the references. There is a method clear. So of course I could have said clear, but today we are in iterators. So this is how it is. So is the code and the corresponding output completely clear? 100% clear? Because you know, once you know the working of iterator, you will not make mistakes in using iterators and all that. But now, if I say here, and now I have told you everything. So I hope you won't tell me wrong answer. But without explaining, 100% I get a wrong answer. So here, if I ask you, what will happen on this line? You have two choices. The first element is removed, choice one, option one, or you get a second option is runtime error. Error or the removal? Of course, error. Because you have not passed the cursor over the element. So naturally, you will get your illegal state. Check this. So you are getting illegal state and everyone recognizes this. It is that it is thrown by that inner class, privately nested class, and forget this line here. At least you understand. Okay. So don't make such a mistake. You cannot remove anything which has not yet been iterated, which is not yet passed over. How about this? I'm just trying to make you more and more Comfortable. Yes, please. Output or the error? Runtime error or the output? Answer is runtime error. So where it will throw your runtime error? I'll ask you. Line number 23 or line number 24? 23 or 24? I hope everyone knows the answer. This is perfect. So till this it will work. But now you are trying to remove the element which where you have not passed over. So this is the killer. This is where you'll get a exception. Confirm. So see this. It has iterated over it once. You removed that element, but the next time you tried to remove, there was nothing which was passed over. So it definitely treats it as the state of the cursor is no longer valid. And that is what will throw you illegal state exception. So, be careful whenever given a piece of code, especially collection and threads and all those code, they always have something, some basic concept testing. So this also would have produced. So this is what, when I say revise, you just take the code, you just import it in your workspace, open one of those readmes or open Javadocs best and you confirm. So I think people are clear here. So illegal state, I hope it is clear. When will you get illegal state? If you have not called next before remove. Simple. When will you get index out of bounds? If you are trying to use the index based methods, get method, index of method, whatever. I mean, get is the easiest. Any index based operation, add method, set method, get method beyond the range. Then you'll get index out of bounds. And when we, what is that? Yeah, no such element exception using iterator or list iterator. If you are trying to access beyond the size of the list or beyond the end of the list, you'll get that. But the one which is tricky, the one people ask you most, first okay, the exception is concurrent modification. So today I'm showing you this in a single threaded system. You just have a main thread. Garbage collector thread is not involved in this discussion. So after whatever time, whenever we enter threads, multi-threading, we will again talk about this concurrent modification. See the word concurrent modification. The moment you hear the word concurrency, you have to think in threads. Otherwise, how will you achieve that parallel asynchronous behavior? So one other round of revision or discussion in threads. So today we don't have threads. So let me just show you. You can still get, if you mess up, if you write bad code, wrong code, you can get concurrent modification even in a single threaded system, which is now. Give me a second. So, okay. So I'll just take away the earlier things because that point is over. So let me check. Arrow list, attaching iterator, accessing it, and main over. Okay, now I'll add something. So here, this is a working code. Everyone understands it. It just goes from first to last position and does it. But now, see what I'm doing. So here I'm saying, list.remove. See, or I can do more interesting stuff. List.size minus. Okay, anyone wants to tell me what is it I'm doing here? Of course, I'm removing. What is it I'm removing? Tell me. Removing the last element. When I say element, it's the element reference I'm talking about. Actual object is kept elsewhere on the heap. So in short, exception or no exception? Answer is no exception. Everyone clear? Now the next question. The next question I'm asking you is this operation doing structural modification to the list? So you'll say, what is that structural modification? Structural modification simply means, is it changing the size of the list? What is it? What is your answer? Of course, yes. So just keep that answer to yourself, with yourself, and observe. Because they have given it in such a beautiful, such a nice way in Javadocs. But I'm just trying to show you first, and then I'm going to make you read those docs. So see, this is your famous exception. What is the name of the exception? Concurrent modification. And here, don't worry, I mean, those are inner classes and all, but this is our actual code. And where do you get it? You get it when, I'll go a little slower this. See, here you have already attached the iterator. So when you say you have attached the iterator, in its memory, internally, it has marked the positions of the elements. Okay, it has supplied the indices and it has done its own structure. Now suddenly you are changing the structure. You are changing the size of the list. So you are causing the, what is it? Structural modification. So in that case, if you continue using the earlier attached iterator, the same iterator is being used, it is going to find the structure of the list which is inconsistent, which is not matching with the earlier structure. And in such ambiguous case, rather than giving you unpredictable results, rather than giving you wrong output, JVM prefers to JVM prefers to abort the code. JVM prefers to throw the exception, and that is your concurrent modification. So all of this, okay, what is this behavior? This behavior, what is exhibited, what is shown here is called as the fail fastness. Okay, so this is the fail fast nature, okay, of the iterator. I know it is little heavy to digest, so read it from the Java docs. The only way, best way to understand is reading through the Java docs because they have really covered it well. So I'm not taking any in between questions. Is there some lag related thing? No. So yeah, for each is internally the same, right? For each is nothing but the what is it called? Implicit iterator. So please observe. I'll come to that question in a minute. Just give me a minute, okay? So here, yesterday I had taken that already, you remember in the lab. Coming back, array list. And here, just you can open array list, linked list, vector set, anything which is iterable. And you will get this. So simply look for the word fill fast. So now read this slowly, but not that slowly because it's a theory session finally. In the lab session, I'll get it done once again. Okay, so let's start reading it one by one, line by line. First statement. Whenever I show you iterator and later list iterator, what is the adjective? What is the nature of this iterator? They are fill fast. So they have explained the behavior. So what is that fill fastness? Read this much only. I'll highlight only the part of the statement because it's a long statement. If the list, why they are talking in list? Because I have opened the arrow list description. Open hash set and they'll say set. So that doesn't matter. If the list or the underlying collection is structurally modified. So which are the methods? Tell me which will do the structural modification. Saurabh, I'm in the middle of something. So first do that. First understand what I'm saying and then come out with the questions. Focus. Here, I'm asking you, which are the methods which will perform the structural modification? I'll tell you. I'll give you the choice. Add, set, get, remove. All of above, none of above. What is it? So add and remove are correct ones. Set and get. What will set do, guys? Set will replace the element. But does it change the size of the collection? Of course not. What is get doing? Getting the element. Or your other things, index of, contains, last index of, they are not structural modification. Add and remove. Perfect answer is the one. So that can be add all, remove all, return all, anything. So go ahead. Let's not waste too much time. Saurabh, you keep your question ready. When I finish my discussion, please ask me again. So if the list is structurally modified, that is add or remove method is this, in any way except through the iterator's own add and remove method. So we'll say where there is an add method in iterator, agreed, but there is a remove method. wait for list iterator. List iterator has a add method. So what they're telling you is, after attaching the iterator, if you are using list API, list.add, list.remove, which is what I showed you, the iterator, read this, will throw concurrent modification exception. So what it means is, or what they are saying in their defense is, in the case of concurrent modification, what is it concurrent modification? You have got a collection, you got a list, your iterator is placed, your positions are all noted, marked inside the iterator, and you suddenly change the structure. So in this case, rather than risking non-deterministic means unpredictable, arbitrary output, arbitrary behavior, it rather, JVM rather decides, rather prefers that, okay, let the code get aborted. So in this case, definitely what you get is the concurrent modification exception. But guys, yeah, so I'll come to that, this one, right? But guys, this is not the practical occurrence of, this is not a real trigger of. So where will you get the real trigger or real feel of concurrent modification, in threads? So I'm just spending a minute because I've not taken, I mean, we've not started threads, so I don't expect you to understand it fully, but just telling you something to keep your interest alive. So suppose you have got one array list object. When I say array list, I mean any I'm muted. So suppose this is your, no, I unmuted. So this is your array list object, okay? So let me call it as list. Some array list object is there, and you can share, for sharing of the resources, this array list object here is going to be, am I audible? Is there a audibility problem? Okay, I'm audible. Fine. No, I by mistake, I had pressed that mute button. Anyway, so this same array list object can be shared for the working between multiple threads. So one thread could be, a reader thread, and one thread could be your writer thread, you know. So, one is a producer, one is a consumer. So here, when you say this is, suppose, for example, this is reading the data. So which is the method you can use? Here you can attach an iterator, okay? While using iterator. When I say attach iterator, please understand, not necessarily, I don't mean the explicit iterator. Implicit iterator is for each. Or there is a higher order function, which I'll tell you later. The name of the higher order function itself is for each, where I can pass the lambda and all that. In short, anything. Or you can simply attach your list iterator. Everything is the same. You are just attaching the iterator to access the elements. So let it be via iterator, let it be via your for each loop, or let it be by your internal higher order function called as for each, or via list iterator, I don't care. And while one thread is accessing the elements, if parallel thread, other thread, tries to call add the element, remove the element, add all, remove all, return all, what is it you will get? You just tell me, because now you'll start, maybe you'll realize the meaning better. What is it you will get? Which thread will get a concurrent modification exception? The reader thread. Whenever it says for each and you are accessing, or whenever you say itr.next or litr.next, you will 100% get concurrent modification exception. And that is when we will enter the topic synchronization, and we will lock this object so that while the updater or producer or whatever writer is writing the details or changing the structure, other thread won't be able to access it. and vice versa. While one thread is accessing this data structure, other thread will not be able to update it. So this is the real scenario. This is the real scenario of concurrent modification exception. But today I don't have threads. So is it possible to get the, what is it called? Concurrent modification exception in a single threaded system? Answer is yes. And this is that example. So where you will get, in this case, this produces, or this triggers, whatever, throws, I'll say throws. This throws your, if you did not understand my multi-threaded scenario, leave it. Because we are anyway going to discuss it in detail when I take you to threads. So throws concurrent, I'm just writing this thing, concurrent modification exception. So whenever you are, given any piece of code, definitely look for such probabilities and answer correctly. So even if you don't understand, maybe, of course, multi-threaded scenario is little beyond us. So even in a single threaded scenario, is the statement clear? Is the thing clear? Even the same thing. If you try to, now I'm showing you remove, you can try list.add, you can try list.add all, retain all, remove all, 100% you'll get the concurrent modification. So I'll just recap before taking you further. When will you get concurrent modification exception? Javadocs has given it clear and simple. You have attached the iterator, okay? So the positions are all marked. So after attaching the iterator, if you modify the structure of the list using iterators methods or list methods, I or L, using list API, okay? If you use the, see, you have attached the iterator and then you suddenly use the list API to add or remove the element, and without reattaching the iterator, if you continue to use the same iterator, rather than giving you wrong results, arbitrary results, unpredictable results, it will throw you concurrent modification exception. That is the statement. Okay, just a small question because I need to confirm whether you are clear. What will happen? The same thing I'm saying. Yes, please. Now what will happen? Exception or no exception? Just answer is, when we try to modify the list, add, remove, yes. Okay. So of course, no exception because you have realized your problem. So you had attached the iterator, fine. So it had something like 4 elements and the positions indices were all fixed. You removed suddenly the last element, but here you have reattached the iterator. So this is fine, absolutely fine. So it will iterate -1 time. Suppose the size was 4, 5, -1, and it will definitely produce your output. There's nothing wrong in it. So when I say play with the code or revise, this is what I mean. Comment, uncomment, add your own questions and try out the things. But today I want to explain this. So I'll keep this under comment and then only you will understand. Now I'll take the last one and we'll go to list iterator. Your for each. Yesterday, so many of you would have seen that concurrent modification while solving something. So let me just do that. Do definitely go through this, but don't overspend time on these small code samples. Together, at the most 20-30 minutes is all you require. So here, now I'm not attaching explicit this thing. What is implicit iterator? Implicit form of iterator is what? Your good old for each. So I'll just do something. So for each bank account. This is so convenient. More convenient is going to be your higher order function. So for each bank account A in the list, I'm saying so A, simple. And then I'm saying list dot remove. You have list, I mean index position also. You remember there is a remove by object method also. So I'm getting the reference and trying to remove. Are you understanding the code? See, you will say, I mean, your assignment was slightly different. There I was asking you to check. So you were checking whether it is a pass case or whatever failure case, and then only remove that student detail. Okay, here I'm saying forget it. Let me remove everything. So I hope people were already expecting it. So what is happening here? This is your bank account. Now in accounts equals, because that remove by object internally is calling equals. But the moment you are change the structure of the list using list API and not using the iterator method. So where is it? So here at this line, for the second such iteration, after the change, after the, what is it? After the structure has been changed for the second iteration. I hope you are understanding. This is not coming for the first iteration. You can see the result of first iteration. It is fine. Okay. But after you change the structure of the list using some list API and not the iterator API, for the second iteration, you will definitely get that concurrent modification exception. So in this case, what is the solution? You have to solve. No, not remove before next, Anshuman. We are not talking about that. That is a separate discussion. What is the solution here? If I want to remove the elements, not all, maybe some accounts which have been not transacted, dormant accounts, can I use the for each loop, or do I have to explicitly use the iterator? I have to explicitly use either the iterator or list iterator, or later higher order function called as remove if. So forget higher order functions currently. This cannot be done. So this has to be, I'm not writing it because I've already overspent time. Must be replaced by explicit iterator. Are we all clear? And that iterator has a remove method. So what will be the code like? I'll just say verbally, you give it a try because already I showed you. So it will be, you'll be attaching the iterator. I'm talking about solution to your assignment. So I'll talk in code. Iterator of student, right? So student iterator is equal to list.iterator. While student iterator dot has next, first say iterator dot next, and then you check if that iterator dot next, so assign it to student or something, if s dot get marks or get GPA is less than the threshold, then what will you say? Will you say list dot remove, or will you say iterator dot remove? L or I? List dot remove or iterator dot remove? I already got the code. Yes, very right. Iterator dot remove, and 100% it will work. So this is more than sufficient time spent on iterators. Let me take you to now. I hope you understood the solution. This solution is must be replaced by explicit iterator. Today, I expect everyone doing it. If those who have done it yesterday, very good, excellent, keep it up. But everyone has to do it by today evening. Are we completely clear? Saurabh, I remember you were asking some question, but I could not take it that time. Do you want to ask question now?
यस मैम। जो हमने स्ट्रक्चर बनाया था वहाँ पे क्लास पॉइंटर इनिशियल पोजीशन पे था और आपने लास्ट वाले एलिमेंट में मॉडिफिकेशन मतलब रिमूव किया था लास्ट वाले एलिमेंट।
राइट।
तो वो क्लास पॉइंटर को क्या इफेक्ट हो रहा है? वो तो आगे का जस्ट
क्लास पॉइंटर की बात नहीं चल रही है।
क्लास पॉइंटर नहीं, इटरेटर का।
हाँ,
इटरेटर का जो पॉइंटर है
एग्जैक्टली
वो आगे का है या नहीं वो देखकर सिर्फ उसको नेक्स्ट कर रहा है, उसमें वो लास्ट में जो हो रहा है उससे क्यों इफेक्ट हो रहा है?
Yeah, I understood your point. Can I answer now? Here, it does not matter whether you have removed the last element or beach wala element or the first element. Okay, when you say iterator, it maintains internally the complete positions, complete indices of the list, and that itself has got modified. So don't go this one, Saurabh, by first element or last element. Just ask yourself, is this method making the structural modification to the list? Means what? Is the size of the list changing? Tell me, is the list size of the list changing by this? Of
Yes,
course,
ma'am.
yes. So that is definitely a structural modification. Read Java docs again, and in any time you do the structural modification, 100% it will throw the exception. So read more and I'll discuss more with you in the lab. So this is what was your first part. Now let me show you a list specific iterator. So answer the question first. What are the limitations of iterator? Anyone wants to tell me quickly? Is there any limitation of the iterator? Okay, let me give you the clue. People are already answering, so that's cool. Yes, a single direction. There are so many. So the limitation is you can attach the iterator. When you call iterator, can you arbitrarily position it anywhere in the list? Answer is no. Where it is placed always before the first element. So you'll say there are only 10 elements, classroom example, agreed. But imagine you have the huge, big data, right? So you have a long list and I want to access maybe the employees from 100 to 110. That's all. That is all my logic is. So I will have to iterate over first 99 elements and then start accessing. That's the first limitation. And like somebody told me, very right, all I can traverse is in the forward direction. So is there any solution to both of these problems? Answer is yes. And that is your list iterator. So understand me correctly. What is list iterator? It is list specific iterator. So I'll just ask you a question to confirm that whether you are with me. Will you be able to attach iterator? I said iterator to list implementation as well as set implementation classes? Answer is yes. But will you be able to attach list iterator? See the sound, question itself sounds stupid. To list implementation classes, set implementation classes, or map implementation classes? Answer is it is only available to list implementation. And how? There is a method. So what is the method for list iterator? The method name itself is list iterator, and that method is not part of iterable. Don't get confused. Every day, I'm showing you more and more details about collection framework. So list iterator is the method they have added in the list. So just look for it. So special iterator. And you should always look for it. It is not saying it is an inherited method. So when I say list iterator, immediately you should know it is list only or list specific iterator, cannot be attached to your sets or maps. Pretty simple. And when you open this is what I showed you. So it allows the programmer to traverse the list in either direction and modify the list also during the iteration. So tell me, what is iterator and what is list iterator? That is, iterator is a super interface. List iterator is a sub interface. But I hope you remember when we discussed about interfaces. Sub interface just what? Inherits all the abstract APIs. Okay, so the point is, thanks to iterator, I can remove the elements, and thanks to this list iterator, I can add the elements also. And the cursor and this, Saurabh, you were asking. So, I'm sorry, I'm context switching. I'm taking Saurabh's question once again. So here we had removed the last element, but my entire structure, this particular structure, this particular cursor got disturbed. That is what throws us the concurrent modification. I hope you are clear. So coming back to the point, see this list iterator is a iterator. So which are the inherited methods, guys? Everyone can see. Has next, next, and remove. So it is already there. But which are additional methods, which are more, added methods, new methods? Has previous, previous, the main ones. Then they have added next index to find out what is the index of the next element, previous index, and they have also added add method. Okay, so list iterator is really more powerful. It contains so much of API. So I'll just recap saying, and we'll write a small example, and that is it. Then we'll go to something else, generics. So coming back to the point, list iterator is a sub interface of iterator where you can attach the cursor anywhere in the list. Okay, I said anywhere in the list and not in the collection. And then you can either traverse forward or you can traverse reverse using these APIs. And if you want to add any element during iteration, there is a method. If you wanted to remove the element, this is the inherited method. Oh, sorry, I forgot something. And if you want to replace, set is replace, override. If you want to replace the earlier element by the new element, there is a set method also. So before I give you the requirement I had given you yesterday, do the reverse traversing. So here, look at the methods. I'm showing you list interface and the method is list iterator. So there are two methods, two as in overloaded methods. So if you use this list iterator, where it will place the cursor as an iterator before the first element. So this is not like useful if I want to place it anywhere. But now look at the other method. So what is that other method? Wait a second, I lost that method. Wait a second. So that allows you to place the list iterator anywhere. So read this. Returns the list iterator over the elements in this list, starting at the specified position. Simple English, I'll tell you. It will place the cursor before the specified index. Okay. I already told you. I'll repeat the statement again. When you use this overloaded method with the index, it will attach the cursor. Of course, it has to be 0 and size -1, 0 to size to be precise. Anyway, let me not say that. And then here, it will just place the cursor before the specified index. So when I've told you this, let us take up your yesterday's question, and it is sufficient. Like whatever you require more, of course, you can do more in the labs. So I'll just take this and ask you the last question. So here, if I want to, for some weird reason, I want to access my elements from the last element to the first element. So here, display elements in the reverse order. This is the requirement. Of course, there's something called as a descending iterator and all, but I'm showing you the answer with a list iterator, reverse order. So you don't have to go for sort and all that. This is not sorting. I want so suppose there are 10, what is it called? Accounts A1, A2, A3, A10. I wanted to display it from A10 to A1. So answer this. Can I use iterator for this purpose? Quick answers because I don't want to spend too much time. Of course not. So only solution is attaching list iterator. So let us attach. So attach list iterator, sorry. And can you tell me, see, for attaching list iterator, one is the no argument method. The one is list iterator with index. Which one should I use? With index or without index? Of course, with index. Attach list iterator to place the cursor. Where you want to place the cursor? Tell me. Your choices are on the last element, after the last element, or before the last element. Of course, after the last element. Anytime you get confused, open that list iterator. It has shown you the caret positions, I mean the cursor positions. So now, once I have said this, I think you should be able to give me the code. List iterator. Okay, type is of course. So let me call it as something. And list dot, the method is list iterator. Anyone wants to tell me what should be the position of the index? Yes, what should be the index position I should have? Yes, size or size -1. Somebody said size -1. If you say size -1, you will skip your last element. So this has to be placed, the cursor has to be placed after the last element. So list dot size. I don't know what is the size of the list. Currently, I may know. So don't get confused here. Immediately, sorry, look into that here. So where I want to place the cursor is after here. Okay, so when I say has previous and previous, I can start traversing from the last element till the first element. That's the meaning. Okay, so where is my cursor? It is after the last element. So what is the size of the list? 4. So the cursor is placed after that. And now it is so easy. So should I use has next or should I use has previous? Of course, has previous. My cursor. If you say has next, it will not even iterate once because there's nothing next after the end, right? So has previous naturally. And all I'm wanting to do is just to just to confirm the understanding. What is the now I want to actually pass over the cursor. So which is the method earlier we were using? Next, here you have a method previous. And to keep your okay, so on this line only this much. And then I want to print the next index and a previous index. So you will understand things. So then I'm saying LITR dot previous index and the next index. Any this. Just to show you what are those indices. So of course you will see. First I will put it in the proper order. For each only traverses from beginning to end, you know that. So this is your forward order. Natural or not natural, I should not say that, but yes, it's a forward traversing. And then I'm saying, I'll give a header here, printing the elements in reverse manner or reverse order and confirm. So you can see this was your forward order, and you can just check. So the last record was Priya's record, so Priya, and the first record was Rama, so that is printing. And now it is telling you the previous index and the next index, 3 and 4. And when you go from the last position to this, the previous index becomes -1. And that is where the entire iteration stops because there is nothing previous to before the first element. So take a look at the code. And there are a lot of methods of list iterator brings in. But whenever we require, that time I will explain the additional methods which your list iterator has brought in. Are we somewhat clear? You don't require. Anyone wants to tell Anshuman answer? Why would you require iterator when you have this? Anybody? Guys, it is list only iterator. What about your poor sets and queues and all that? No, no, no. Hash map is not iterable, Abhilash. Set, you mean set, right? Yeah, list iterator is specific to list. So this thing, if you want it for the set and all, which is our next topic, sometime next topic, you still require the iterator. So let's get into next topic now. So here, I have shown you generic classes, generic interfaces, comparable, comparator and all that. Let me show you the simplest example. Let me show you the example of generic method, and then we will build upon that and show you more the generic syntax. Okay. Yes, you can use anything. That I said, Pratiksha, you have 10 different things, but I wanted to take list iteration. So that is it. Absolutely fine. But I don't know whether I had given hint. So in the lab session, I had said, I want you to use list iterator. But as far as output is concerned, I can accept anything. But today, try doing it with a list iterator. Coming back. So now, when you say a generic method, let's come to the next point. So focus. I am asking you a question. Can generic methods exist in non-generic classes? It's a Boolean question. Yes or no? Answer is yes. Example, always in the interviews and all, don't stop at yes or no. Always give the example so the interviewer, gets impressed also and she doesn't have to ask any questions. You have collections class. So collections class, okay, the example which I'm quoting is, let's say, collections. You have seen collections, so I can show you that. So this collections class, look at it. Tell me, is it a generic class or is it a non-generic class? It's not having a parameterized typed information. It's not a typed class, non-generic. But if you see, for example, the sort method you know, but let's see, add all, binary search, your shuffle, so many methods. These are all, everyone can see when you say E's and T's and K's and B's, you know, it is providing generic methods. So this looks scary. I mean, in the beginning, you can't directly jump here. So I'm showing you a very interesting, handy, and easy method to get started. Everyone knows arrays class. While we were in arrays, in the array world, we were using arrays dot, I did not show you arrays dot sort, but there is arrays dot binary search, arrays dot toString, deep toString for multidimensional array and all that. So here, this is what? Generic or non-generic? Pretty easy. Non-generic class. Can it contain the generic methods? 100% yes. So one of the easiest and interesting one is as list. So take a look at it. Just this is a new annotation for you. So it is saying that it is whenever you are using this method, it should be using the variable arguments in a type safe manner. In short, maintain the type safety. Use the variable arguments in the type safe manner. Currently ignore the annotation. Focus on this. Just take a look at it. I'll start talking to you. What is the purpose behind this? The purpose behind this is to explain you in a general, in a soft, in a simple manner, the generic methods. So first question, is it a generic method or not a generic method? Quick question, quick answer. Of course, it is a generic method. So now understand, how does a generic method look like? Not necessarily static, okay? Don't misinterpret me. It can, you can have, there is an add all method and all. I'll show you, which is non-static. So first is the method modifier. And where does this type declaration, where does this generic type declaration sits? It sits between what and what? The return type of the method and the method modifier. I'll repeat the statement again. I said the generic type declaration always fits between the method modifier and the return type. So you will say, I mean, yesterday I said that if you drop this and if you directly write list of T, compiler will give you error. Which T you are talking about? Compiler doesn't know anything. So you have to declare the type. You have to do the type declaration first, and then compiler will understand that okay, this T can be replaced by any type. So now focus on this was the generic part. So understand me. What are we looking at? Everyone understands it is a variable argument syntax, varargs. So anyone can answer this. In this place, what all I can pass? First question I'm asking. If I don't pass any arguments, will it work? Yes. But what it will return you is, it will return you the empty list because you have not passed any elements. Next question. Can I pass array of T type of elements? Yes. Of course, yes. You know that. We have done this varas, I mean, earlier. So look at this. Wait a second. Yeah. So here. So this is possible. And I can pass comma separated list of variable number of arguments. So what will this method do? It will take all those elements as in references and put it in a, don't forget the adjective, fixed size list. So what is the meaning of fixed size? You cannot change the size. So which operations are gone? Which operations you can't use on this? Quickly. Add, remove operations, add, remove type operations, structural modification type, you cannot. But will I be able to use set method or get method? Of course, yes. Okay, so this was not for arrays.aslist. It was basically for your generic method understanding. So let me do that. So this has nothing to do with the traitors. I will take a, I'm just thinking what I should. I'll create a different one. I don't want to mix up generic related discussion in earlier ones. Of course, I'll have to copy certain things, but that's fine. I'll give you the requirement. Just a minute. Yeah, so let's say generics is the package, and let's call it as test one. Or you can say test generic method, anything. So here is the question. I'm writing something. You please. Okay. So you have got some integer data. I will write the question properly. Create. Please open the Java docs so that you don't have to remember the API. Create a fixed size. I've already given you the clue. List containing. You can't have what is it called, the primitive types in that. So all is, it is a list of references containing list of fixed size list containing the references of which type, int or integer, of course integer. And I'm telling you again, when you are not wanting to change the size of the list, this is a very handy API. So I don't expect your memory. I mean, I don't expect you that immediately you look at it and you this. So I'm giving you this arrays class API. So what is that arrays class method? It is the example of the generic method. That's the point. And of course, some exam objective. Generic method example. And it is, so how does a generic method look like? You start with the modifiers. So public static. Then you start with the type declaration. So are there any rules on this type T? Answer is no. I can take any type of array. I can take any type of arguments and put it in a fixed size list. So there are no rules. Okay. Rules will come later. So public static T, whatever. And what is it? Method name as list. And this takes in the variable type of T. So, okay. So I will write now the left hand side. Please understand, it is not returning your array list. Internally, it could be anything, but it is returning the return type is list. Anyone wants to tell me what will be E replaced by? Simple question, simple answer. Oh, I should look at the time also. What's the type of this? I hope you are writing. I've not checked your answer, to be honest. So this, so I'll call it as integer list. And the right hand side is what I want from you. Anyone wants to tell me what should be the RHS, please? The RHS is going to be, you can use static import, or that's not the point currently, which is the method we are using is, can I pass this data here directly? Answer is no. Anyone? I just recently answering somebody's question had already answered this. So take a look at it. These are the, gray areas where you can be caught easily if you're not aware. So I hope you are aware. Tell me why this doesn't work. Why this doesn't work? There's a compiler error. I had taken this just 1 or 2 days ahead earlier. Here you have got an integer array, int array, sorry. And here you are trying to take it as a integer list. So is int array and integer array compatible or the same? Absolutely not. You remember in the generic discussion, I had taken somebody's question. So just take a look at it. Type mismatch cannot convert from, it is telling you what you have got is actually, list of which type? Int array type. And then compiler understands it. But I did not want to do that. Are you understanding? This is a sideline. This is another point. But with one example, you can learn so many things. So I definitely did not want it. I want it as a list of integer. So give me the solution. Give me the suggestion. You know the answer. So what should I do? I want this code to work. So not integer as list. Here, guys, You change the, I'd taken exactly same example couple of days earlier, generics and all. So here you make it as integer array. Why this works? This works thanks to auto boxing. You remember? So what it will do is it will actually create the what do you say, integer objects in the heap holding int value 10, 12, 2, 3, etc. And its references are added to this array. And now it is these array of references are getting copied into integer list. So don't unfocus. The focus is mainly on the generic method, but on the side, I can cover so many points. So here, if you check, are you understanding? So change integer into integer means integer array. That is the correct answer. So this is array object, array holder, and then in addition to that, whatever is the size, those many integer objects are created. And if I say, see something, if I say int list, what it will display is the contents, and it will tell you so many things. When I say so many things, does list allow you duplicates? Tell me yes or no. Answer is yes. It allows me duplicates. Is it in a by default sort? Is it an ordered collection or a sorted collection? It's an ordered collection. I've not shown you the nulls, but I can add the nulls here. Can I add a null here? Okay. Oh, you will see that, okay, this is the end one. You remember? I had given in writing that list type of a data structure allows nulls. So you can see that this is, no programmer, sensible, practical use case, it is not there. But if anyone asks you exam question and all, can you add the null type of references to the list? What is your answer? Answer is yes. And if you display the size of the list, it is going to consider this null as the element. So whatever the size plus this nulls also will be counted. So here, as you can see, we can cover a lot of points, but the real thing was, of course, generic method. If I say, I'll do something, int list dot set 0, and observe this, keep solving it parallelly, please. Int list dot get of 0 into 2. Tell me. And of course, if I say SOP, int list again. So the question is the same. Currently, you know, compiler error, runtime error, or the output. Tell me, will there be, there's no compiler error as you can see. All I'm asking is, will this cause a runtime error or no runtime error? Answer is no runtime error, output. And what will be the output here? Just a second. The double value of 10 is 20. So you'll get the modified output. Can everyone see that? So this is not a structural modification, definitely not. But here, if I say something, list dot add. So when I use this add, it is an append operation. So if I do this, now anyone wants to answer, what do you expect? Exception or no exception? Of course, exception. And which exception? Unsupported operation exception. Because you are working, guys, with a what is it called? A growable list or a fixed size list? Answer is fixed size list. So how can you do the operations such as add and remove? So it will give you the unsupported method or something, unsupported operation, I guess. Operation exception types. Confirm? I mean, just exact name. So rest of the things are fine. Yeah, it is unsupported operation exception. And as you can see here, you have got it on this line. So 3 points I wanted to cover. Fourth point also. Sorry, before that I should write. I just want to show you this part. If you don't want to get into today, it is fine. The internals. But I think you will be understanding it. Get class dot get. Okay, see this. Understand the point. This method is returning you the reference of fixed size list. But what is a list? Tell me, interface or a class? This is little advanced. I'm telling you right away. Is it okay? I'll just stop after this discussion. List is what? Interface or a class? Interface. And I'm happily calling the methods. Sorry, which method on this list? So interface reference are backed up by any interface reference can directly refer to its implementation class instance. So I just want to show you what is that internal class which is returned by arrays.asList. And you will see it is nothing but your nested class again. So don't worry about the exception. Of course, there is an exception, but can you see something? So let me ask you and stop right here. What does this arrays.asList method return? It returns you the fixed size list that we know. But if anyone asks you, people don't ask you. I mean, if you survive basic intermediate questions, then this is an advanced level question. So what does it return? Is it returning you the array list class? Yes or no? Absolutely not. But within arrays class, if you open arrays class, there is a nested class whose name is array list. So that is being returned. Okay. So even if it is sufficient to say that it returns you the class which is implementing list. But the special feature about it is a fixed size list. And if you call this method or use this method, it will throw you unsupported operation exception. So let us take a break right away. You want the code or you are happy not without code? Should I send it? Same as array list, yes. But Anshuman, I hope you understood. It's not your array list. It is wait a second, one question at a time. It is not your outer class java.util.arraylist is a growable array list. This is your inner class with the same name. I'll share code and you look at it. So Nakshi asked me something. I mean, what was that? Where do we use it? Yeah, I'll share it in a minute. Guys, again, sample data, hard coded data. If you want to quickly create a fixed data in the sense sample data whose size you don't want to change, this becomes so handy. Let me go a little further in collection framework and bring collection plus IO plus threads plus functional programming. You'll definitely appreciate it. So I answer to that question is in creating sample data fast. So let me just share this. If you want, you can have a look at it. I'll share both the projects. Wait a second. 12.1, 12.2. Today is what? 12th day, right? Temp 12 dot. We are coming to close of ending of your this thing, Korja. We still have IO threads and functional programming, but I'll just make a statement. Start getting mentally prepared. Mental preparation is what is important because in advanced Java, when we meet after your database sessions and all are over, get ready mentally to log in along with me so that when I tell you something about web server, web applications, try deploying this, everyone should be comfortable. I'm not pushing you in Core Java. In Core Java, you can directly log in at the time in the labs, I mean lab time and all. But in Advanced Java, it is going to be little bit, a parallel session, lecture lab. You will have a separate lab. I'm not taking away that lab. How can I do that? But the point is, if you do something parallelly with me, typically in web programming, your concepts, your comfort level, your understanding grows better. That will be all. So see you after the break.
Oh.
List, array list or linked list. Just open the array list because that is the most familiar to you by now. So if you check the constructors of the array list, the first two constructors are pretty easy. But the third constructor, I have already explained, but only partially. So that remaining part is what is now my next objective. So can you see this? There is something weird syntax. Question mark extends E. So anytime you go through the collection APIs, you will see such things a lot. Sorry. Take a look at other thing. Sorry. So there is a method add all. Where is this actually insert all? Again, this syntax. You can check this. Look for another class. This is ArrayList is a generic class, you know that. But even in the non-generic class, such as collections, look for a method. So many methods. All methods are like, you know, with with this syntax. So this is shuffle method. So that is okay. It will randomly shuffle all the elements in the underlying list. That's not my concern. I mean, of course, it is our concern, but the focus is on this. The most, I would say most, but yeah, one of the complex one is the signature of your sort function, sort method. We have used both. This one is for natural ordering. This one is for your custom ordering. And can you see this? There is a big generic syntax. So that is the topic under hand. So let me start asking you questions and I'll get you started. So question is, what will happen? Simple question. So consider this. This is all by the way. Okay, I should tell you some pointers. This everything is associated with inheritance in generics. So what you have seen so far, forget this hierarchy. What you have seen so far is only the invariance. So you'll suddenly say, what is this new term? So I'll explain this. Thank you, Vaishnavi. So here, invariance means the generic type is fixed. For example, I'm talking about invariance because soon I'm going to tell you about covariance and contravariance. So example of invariance, you remember the folder class we had written, folder of type T. So when you see the type T declaration, this T can be replaced by your, let's say, employee or customer or integer or anything. You know that. But it does not include any super type of T or any subtype of D. So for example, let me speak clearly. Let me say clearly. If you say holder of type, let's say employee, doesn't matter. Holder of type employee, then in that case, if you create that, if you try to add a small question after that, what will happen if you try to add a fruit or a customer or a date or any other, other than employee class instance? So respond to the question, please. I'm saying if you have created holder of type employee, and if you try to add the reference of the fruit or customer or a date class instance as in reference, what will you get? Compile, no. I want this compile time error, runtime error, or the output. Guys, what are you saying, Rohit, or other ones? Here, this is generics is for educating the compiler. So when you replace T by employee, which is the only type you'll be able to add is employee. So try adding a fruit, customer, date, string, integer, anything, and you'll definitely get a Java compiler error. So this is your invariance. The type specific, so only employee. So this is fine. Now consider this. I'm taking you level ahead. So now consider this hierarchy. Of course, before I move on, don't misinterpret me, misunderstand me. Here, when I say holder of employee, since manager is an employee, you will be able to add the object of subtype also of the employee. That goes without saying. But the point is not that. Point is regarding collection. So please understand. Consider these famous hierarchies and solve quickly because I don't want to waste time too much on this topic because you will see so many examples over the time. And basically, this is not too much added in the contents. But I feel everyone should know the extends question mark and super properly. Then only we'll start using the API in a correct manner. Coming back to the point. Compiler error or no error? It's a silly in the sense very simplest question. Of course, no error. Slight question is here. If I say E equal to M, tell me, compile time error, runtime error, or nothing? No error, absolutely. And one word answer is upcasting. We have done this so much in the last week. So every manager is an employee. You are climbing up the hierarchy, etc. So this is fine. This is all good. So now I'm saying go from that single reference or single instance to multiple. So here, if I write this, compile time error or no error, quick answers are expected. Let me see what you're saying because I'm not looking at it all the time. No error, absolutely. Why? Because can I say array list is a list? 100% yes. And what does this diamond operator mean? What will be the type of the list? Same as LHS. RHS type inferred from, deduced from LHS. So this is no error. And imagine that you have added some employees in this. So I'll talk in code emps.add E1, E2, E3, E4, some. That's not the point. Now, tell me this. Compile time error or no error? Okay, this time I can say, just now you saw that. Anyway, linked list. You should always explore. If I say this, compile time error or no error? Of course, no error. I hope everyone is with me. Why? Because linked list is a list. So why there should be any error? And the type, generic type is the same. So zero errors. So the real question is now. So listen to the question, please. I could say E equal to M, upcasting. Employee type of reference or others. Okay, let me say it properly. Manager is a employee. True or false? True. So this was no issues. But if I say EMPS equal to manager, what is it I'm trying to assign? Exactly the same. I'm trying to assign EMPS to managers. Compile time error, runtime error, or no error? Answer here is, some of you are saying no error, but answer is Java compiler error. This is my first point. Okay. So what is this compile time error? Because even though, because, okay, let me say this. The inheritance in generics works differently. It doesn't work the same way as our normal Java inheritance. So let me repeat the statement. Manager is an employee. Everyone knows that. But does that mean list of manager is a list of employee? Absolutely not. So 100% it will give you, I'll show you. In 2 minutes, we'll write the code. I'm just preparing you. Next one. So suppose I create, I can always create list of object type. Let's say objects equal to new. I can have anything. And here, okay, by the way, are you saying, sorry, my mistake. Array list and linked list are not the same. Maybe you are saying this because of it. Okay, I messed up. I confess. So let me keep it as array list. Now, please tell me, is this a compiler error or not? I think some of you said error because of that. But now I made it error list. Still, the answer is Java compiler error. Sorry, guys, I missed a point. So here, still Java compiler error since here, what is it we are saying? Since or even though I'll show you in a minute. Even though employee, sorry, manager is a employee, the list of mm, manager is employee is not a subtype, is not a list of employee. That is my real point. So forget about array list, linked list if that is confusing you. I don't care about that. So coming back to the next point, suppose I create list of objects. Here, tell me objects dot add. Just keep solving. It is always good to solve more things, and that brings you clarity. Objects dot add whatever new date, you know, your java.util.date, or I simply say objects dot add new employee. Some bracket mismatch and I'll just ignore. Okay, so tell me, first line, compiler error or no error? Answer is no error. Here, how about these 4 lines? Compiler error or no error for highlighted? Of course, no error. Because why this is? This is int to integer object. So, object type of reference can refer to anything in Java. String is a object, date is a object, employee is a object. Fine, cool. So till this, no errors. But if you say now, see the ultimate thing, objects is equal to EMPS. Sorry, what will you get? Compile time error or no error? Here you will set Java C error. So let me just confirm this much before you feel confused. And then we'll check. Then we'll see what is the problem and what is the solution. Solution is nothing but wildcard. So let me come to the solution properly. Okay, so before that, I'll just create some hierarchy here. I am not writing anything. I want to give you the example. So I'm just creating this. So class sales manager, something. Okay. So there is nothing like complex about it. So that I can use it. Now let me do something. So, same things, similar things. I may not exactly write the same. Suppose I got a list of employee EMPS is equal to new. Array list is a list. And suppose I say EMPS dot add. It doesn't matter really whether I add or not. Works fine. Works fine. Why works fine? Because it is not yet this. It is manager is a employee. I hope you get that. And in the similar manner, see, you are always given in generics lot of code and asked what will happen. Okay, so I'm just trying to prepare you. Exam objective, little bit. If I say new sales manager, works fine. Because you all know sales manager is an employee indirectly, right? So this is fine. But if I create, let's say, list of manager, I'll not change too many moving parts means you get confused. So let me stick to our list initially. Then you can explore more with the other type of list also. And suppose I say managers dot add. Actually, like I said, I don't really care whether it is populated or not. So this all looks fine, looks perfect. This is consistent with our understanding of inheritance. But I'm asking you, since this is absolutely a working one, why upcasting? Every manager is an employee. In the similar manner, in the similar tune, if I try to assign, so see what I was doing, employee type of reference pointing to manager. So if I try this, EMPS is equal to managers, immediately you will get a compiler error, and compiler is pretty clear about it. Look at this, it will tell you clear cut. It is a type mismatch, cannot convert from list of manager to list of employee. Are you understanding this? So it is incompatible. So the point I already made, the point which I made is, even though manager is an employee, can I say that the list of employees is a super type of list of manager? Yes or no? Answer is no. So the collections are not. The collections, I'm just taking one collection, Vipin, but you go to any collection, any map, anything. So the inheritance doesn't work in the same manner. But guys, I might want to merge, I might want to add, say, let us say, a list of managers, list of sales managers, list of workers into the employee list. Are you understanding? I want this to work. I'll tell you the practical requirement. I have got different types of employees. There are sales managers, there are permanent workers, there are managers, whatever, HR managers, anything. And since they are employees, I should be able to add it into the employee list. So in short, how to make it work? Is the practical requirement clear? I want to add different types of list and collate it, add it, accumulate it into one employee list. So naturally there has to be a solution. So that is where we enter, what do you say, wildcard in generics. Okay. So understand the point and then I'll do this. So this is definitely not working as you have seen. But here, okay, so how to make it work? So the answer is this will not work. So there is a question mark. I've written it in my sequence. So what does question mark imply? What does question mark imply? In the world of generics, question mark implies wildcard. Okay. So what is wildcard? In the game of cards, wildcard is like you can replace, it's a substitutor to any card. So wildcard is the unknown type. Okay. And the best part is it can be replaced by any type. Okay. So you'll see this in a minute. Just give me a minute. So question mark is a wildcard which can be replaced by any type. So it is any unknown type, basically unknown at the time of writing, unknown at the time of compilation. Yes. So the point I'm trying to make is, now answer the next question. If you write just question mark, I'll ask you question, just answer logically. Is it a bounded wildcard or is it an unbounded wildcard? Have I placed any bounds or is it unbounded? Answer it is. So those who are hearing it for the first time will know which bounds, will not know. So let me come to the bounds later. But everyone agrees that it is an unbounded wildcard. Okay. And now comes the real deal. Tell me, what is the universal superclass of all Java classes? Everyone knows the answer. Object. So object is going to be ultimate superclass. But what will be the subclass? I'm not talking generic. I'm not talking in general. I'm talking in specific. So object is going to be extended by, today I'm in list, so I'm talking in list, applied to the set map queue identically, is extended by list of unknown type. Okay. So I need to show you the hierarchy. So we'll say okay, it's an interface. Interface doesn't extend from it. So somebody will catch that mistake later and will be confused. So let me talk about it specifically. Array list. At array list, linked list, vector, set, map, everything alike. So array list of unknown type is extending from object. Object is a universal superclass. Don't change its position. Now, anyone wants to this. So here, that has been extended by, or this is the ultimate super type of array list of any type. Okay. So see this. Let me ask you. Is it a correct drawing or wrong drawing? Listen to this carefully. Array list of object is not the super type of array list of employee. Array list of employee is not the super type of array list of manager. So what is the ultimate superclass indication in generics world is question mark. So array list of question mark type or list of question mark type, is it the common universal superclass of all the array list type? Answer is yes. So in short, don't bring in linked list here because you know you can't. So if you allow me little bit of freedom, I can take more. So please don't think interfaces extend from object. They do not. But just to show you the hierarchical picture, object, then list of any type, then because you know list, I can now I have so much of freedom. Can I say linked list of manager? Yes, because linked list is a list and manager, the ultimate super type is question mark. So you know, just to get that freedom, I just added. If I say vector of let's say worker, does it still fit? Answer is yes. Why? How does it fit? Vector, two checks. Vector is a list, you know, list implementation class. And is worker extending from this? Of course, yes. Next question, solve carefully. Don't just blindly blurt out. I'm saying AL for analyst. Analyst of fruit, my favorite one. Yes. So it's a yes or no question. Can I say array list of fruit extends from list of question mark type? It's a yes or no. Answer is yes. Somebody said no. So wrong answer. It is question mark is a universal super type in world of generics. So is array list a list? Yes. Is fruit extending from question mark? Answer is yes. So this is the meaning of unbounded wildcard. Okay. So solve more. Just a second. Okay. So here, now let me do something and you yourself will see. So I'm creating list of question mark. Let's say any list. Just giving a appropriate name. Can I see this? New array list. Okay. So I have not supplied anything. And now just say any list is equal to, what was that? EMPS. Tell me, why there is no compiler error? Are you understanding so many questions you can answer with simple understanding? Why there is no compiler error? Two checks compiler does. Checks the type of EMPS data structure. Okay, it is a list. So fine. So list is a list. And mainly now, what was that? This question mark is the universal super type of all the types in generic world. So fits fine. Next one. Can I say any list is equal to, what is that called? Managers, I guess. Yes. Managers. Zero issues. Everyone knows the answer. So you can see, you take time in solving such things. Okay. So this is also not a problem. Now let me create, I'll just be more adventurous. Let's say vector. Vector is a list. You don't require any other understanding. Vector is almost analogous to your array list. And I don't have fruit. I'll say date. Vector of date. Dates is equal to new vector. Keep watching, please. And I don't even need to populate. Topic is something else. And if I say any list is equal to dates, observe why there is no compiler error. I need two answers. What are those two answers? Can I say vector is a list? Yes. And can I replace the question mark by any type in Java? Answer is yes again. So this is where you get tremendous flexibility. So 1 minute recap. 1 minute recap is, what is question mark in the generic syntax? Tell me. It's a wildcard. Yeah, it is kind of object, but don't say object, it's wrong. So question mark is not object. Somebody said object, but see this, I showed you. I have not shown you. Create list of object. Exactly. It is the actual super type. But list of object, when somebody said object, please be clear. List of object, is it a Sorry. Is it a super type of list of fruits? Yes or no? I said list of object. Is it a super type of it? No. But is list of question marks super type of list of fruits? 100% yes. So don't get confused between object and all. Okay, so this is what I wanted to show you. So yeah, not concatenate. Don't say concatenate, Pallav. You can add the employee type of references. That adding and all is different. Today I'm showing you three things: question mark, extend, super. Focus accordingly. Don't go beyond that because that is a different type of discussion. Something called as specs. So I'm not there still. So here, this is it. So again, I'm asking you the point. When I add this, I'm not able to add, sorry, my mistake. I'm able to assign it to employee list, manager list, as well as list means any list implementation, as well as date list. Because question mark can be replaced by any type. So take a Java docs example. You should always apply it. So take a look at it. Just have a look at it. And I'll ask you a question in a minute. Okay, so tell me, what is this shuffle method? It's a static method. Is it a generic method? Of course, yes. And because it can operate on any type. So tell me, can you use collections.shuffle method to shuffle employee type of references, date type of references, customer type of references, in short, any type of references? It's a Boolean question, yes or no? Answer is yes. Are you getting it? So you can see this gives you tremendous functionality. I mean, tremendous, what do you say, flexibility. So what are we talking about? Are we talking about a bounded wildcard or unbounded wildcard? Same question again. It's a unbounded wildcard. Okay, so now come to the next part. Suppose I have a requirement. Okay, so what is the requirement? I want to only work with a particular inheritance hierarchy. So the business requirement is, business need is, uh, you should be, what is it? I'm just phrasing the question. You should be allowed to work or to assign, work is to assign the list of employee type of hierarchy. You may not understand, so I'll just, okay. So in short, I'll tell you exactly what I want. Maybe I'll take it in another example if you want. So here I'm able to assign this any list literally to any list, as in list of employees, list of managers, list of dates. But that is too much of flexibility. I want to stick to that. I have a requirement that any list should be able to refer to any implementation class arrays linked list vector, and but having anything which is in the employee hierarchy. So in short, which line should work and which line should not work? Tell me, should this continue to work? Because sometimes what I say is not clear at all. This should work. Should this also work? Yes. But should this work? Answer is no. Why? Because date is not an employee. You are mixing up too much of two dissimilar types. Okay. So how to restrict the user? How to restrict this? There's a Java guy here. So anyway, so here in this case, if you want to add this restriction, what do you think? Will question mark suffice? I mean, will the unbounded wildcard is good, or do you need to place some bounds? Bounded or unbounded, B or U? Of course, you enter bounded wildcard. Okay. So, of course, when I say bounded wildcard, there are two bounds. One is the upper bound, one is the lower bound. So, upper or there is a lower bound. Okay. So, now tell me, I want to have a rule where I will create another variable list of, whatever, employee list, and it should be assignable only to the list of employees, managers, workers, and all that. So employee is going to be upper bound or lower bound, U or L. So when I say this, employee is going to be upper bound. So for adding the upper bound, so here we don't require lower bound. So currently, what is required is the upper bound. And this upper bound is no new keyword for you. Like already Ashish had answered me. So that upper bound is specified by generics keyword. Of course, it is similar to this, our normal this, the nothing but extends. So upper bound is specified by extends, and lower bound is what is it called, specified by super, but one thing at a time. So upper bound is extends. Now let me give you the what is it called, that syntax. So when you say only question mark, it is an unbounded wildcard. But if I say question mark as a generic type, exactly, extends employee. So first question, what are we placing? Are we placing an upper bound or lower bound, guys? We are placing an upper bound. So what does it mean? It means question marks is any type. But the moment I say employee, we are placing an upper bound. So what it means is, in this place, like a joker, like a wild card, you can replace it by any employee or its subtype. Okay. So what it means is nothing but, we generally say is E's and T's and all. So you will see question mark extends E. So what it means is E either inclusive of that bound. Okay. So bound, E or subtype. So E's and T's I hate. For clarity, employee. I can pass the employee also, employee type of list also, or its subtype, any subtype. And what is the subtype? Simple question. Worker, manager, sales manager is all its subtype. So now listen to the question. When you are going from employee to the subtype, are you climbing up the hierarchy or are you climbing down the hierarchy quickly? Up or down? From employee to worker, climbing down. So are you going from generalization to specialization or reverse? Generalization to specialization. So the last question, are you narrowing the references or are you widening the references going from up to down? I need to see this answer. I did not check the earlier one. No, somebody said widening. Guys, employee, specific, what is it called? Manager, still specific. You are narrowing. Okay, you are narrowing the references, and that is nothing but called as, so okay, narrowing. So this is called as covariance. This is not a new term at all. If you remember my earlier discussion, where have you heard this term covariance? Do you remember this term at all? In method overriding. In method overriding, the rule is the overriding form of the method, that is a subclass version, can return the subtype of the original type. You remember our fruit and grain, or no, what was that? Grain and mill and all that example. So this is nothing but an example of covariance. When we go for widening, it is called as contravariance, which you achieve via super. So one thing at a time. So now let me just pick this up. If you don't understand these terms, fine. Today you just focus on the syntax and the usage. Later you can pick up. I'm sharing a very good article, very simply written and very well written article. So if you don't understand something from my side, at least read that article. Okay, I'll share the link. So coming back to the point, list of, now I'm saying this, and let's say, so can I give the variable name as any list? You'll say you have used it, but that's not my point. Understanding is my point. So is it going to be any list or is it going to be employee specific list? I hope your answer is employee list. You give the variable name self-explanatory, new. I don't have to assign it to anything. So let's say, okay, let's not make too many variations and make you. I can do it, linked list vector, anything. You know that. Oh, My mistake. Am I this? Okay. So this is done. Now this part, what does this tell you? Okay, don't just scrap that answer. I will directly use that. So it's a already should be understood. Anyone wants to tell me what are the two checks compiler does? Compiler goes by the type, but now type of the data structure is also important and type of the generic type is also important. So let's go quick. So here it will check EMPS. So let's go to EMPS. Where is my EMPS? It is a list. Okay, so it fits. And what is the next check it will do? Question mark extends employee means, is it an employee? Yes. So no issues. Employee is an employee. List is a list. So fine. Absolutely great. So compiler doesn't find anything wrong in it. I think you are getting this, but I should make clear. So next is, let's say managers. How does this still work? It is a list. You can change the type anytime. You can change this, you know, but will that other code matter? Anyway, let me not. Too many changes. Okay, so wait a second. Yeah. So why this works? List is a list. And is manager extending from employee? Is it a subtype of employee? Of course, yes. And now I wanted to restrict it only to the employee type. So if you try to bring in employee list equal to dates, check. Why this fails? Incompatibility. So what is it I was allowed to use? Is either the employee or subtype. So why it fails is, check it clearly. It says cannot convert from, sorry, vector of date. Vector is not an issue. It is the date which is the issue. So throws you out. So this is the power of generics. And this is what you get to utilize when you use question mark, bounded wildcards. So I'll keep it under comment. You definitely are going to import it and you're going to like revise it with all of us. So this was one half of the discussion. So I've written this already. So now you solve more, you will have better understanding. So, okay, sorry, before I ask you this question, let me show you from the Java docs. Now I can give you more information, whatever I had not shown you earlier. So here, look at the constructor. This is the constructor I had avoided means I had shown you, but not fully. I could not fully cover that. So let me pick this up and ask you, and then I can ask you the real question. So this is your API. API is in constructor of this. So anyone wants to tell me? See, okay, I'll start. This constructor creates, I'll start in between asking you questions. Is it going to create this particular constructor, empty list or populated list, E or P? Of course, populated list of type E. But when I talk in E, things are pretty vague. So let us say replace E by employee. So populated list of type employee from. So now your participation comes in. I'll repeat it's written. This constructor, this above constructor creates a populated list of type employee from. Now you tell me the suitable choices. So array list, linked list, vector. I've not yet come to the generics. You know that. Is it possible? Can I pass array list, linked list, vector? Answer is yes. Is a relationship. Array list, linked list, vector is a collection. Will I be able to pass hash set, linked hash set, or your tree set? Of course, yes, is a relationship. So this is fine. So these are the data structure types. Will I be able to pass a map? Answer is no. But that is, you'll say we already know this. You are boring us. Of course I am. But here now, of which generic type of the generic means the actual data type. I'm not saying data structure type of generic type. Anyone wants to answer? If I replace E by employee, what is possible? What are the possible generic types? Already I got the answer from Shanur. Of course, answer is employee or its subtype. So can you see the flexibility, guys, you get? I will be able to create array list of employee from any collection of the type employee, manager, worker, software developer, DevOps engineer, or whatever. Are you seeing the variation? So this is what is the what do you say, value addition of generic syntax. Now, so this exactly what I had asked you. So here, if I say array list of employee, same question. Here, I can pass a collection C, and this collection C can be any set, any list of the type employee, as well as, not as well as, this is this is okay, I already answered that. So it could be this. So I don't want to write this again. So this is the answer to that. You use another method. There's a method called as add all, bulk addition. Same syntax you'll find. So I'll take more revision in the labs. I'll give you specific questions and you will solve them in the labs. So that will be your practice on generics. So read this quickly and I'll ask you certain questions. Java compiler error or no error? This is not good. E can be replaced right now. Don't go for employer. So what is the meaning? I have not explained super, but I can explain it in the next minute. So everyone, I hope, is following it till here. But like how you have the upper bound associated with the wildcards or in general generics. This is not necessarily with the wildcard. You will see T extends. You know that T extends comparable. So I'll come and we'll revise all of that. But the point is, there is another keyword for placing the lower bound. Remember it easily. Extends, I mean clearly, extends upper bound, super lower bound. So what is the super keyword? Exactly opposite to extends. It represents, it fixes the lower bound. So when you say question mark extends E, it means E or subtype. When you say when you see rather question mark super E is your lower bound. It is inclusive of lower bound E or any of the super type. Okay, so this is all about first basic part of what is it? Yeah, wildcards and bounds and all. But there is a beautiful principle. Again, it's not mentioned in your contents, so I'll have to give it as a lab question and we'll get it done in the labs. E is this one, Pratiksha. E is a need concrete explanation. I did not understand your comment. Anyway, I'm not looking at the in between this arbitrary comments. So here, when you talk about this much, it is only covering the basics. But there is a beautiful principle called as PEX. PEX stands for Producer Extends Consumer Supers. Okay, so when you really read that, but like I said, it is out of contents and it takes at least 1 hour. So I'm sharing a very good link. Go through that and solve some lab questions. We'll be there to help you. So that is ahead of topic a little bit. So answer the question properly. So here tell me, only I'm asking you Java compiler error or not. So first is take a look at this and tell me. You just have to look at the code and answer that. So in case you are not clear, so here you are creating a vector of manager type. You are adding to this vector maybe 10 manager references. And if you say array list of employee EMPS is equal to new array list of managers, answer yes. So like I said, please separate questions in the lab. I can't take a question here which is too deep. Tell me, this is compiler error or no error? It's a simple question. Everyone is saying it is no error. Come on. Then that means that whole generics discussion is gone waste. Here, even though manager is an employee, array list of managers or vector of managers is not the array list. array list of employees. So of course you will get a Java compiler error. Are you understanding me? So if you say that, okay, replace that vector by array list, still there will be error. Just now I showed you through the example. So here, this is definitely compiler error because I said multiple times, even though manager is an employee, the similar inheritance does not work here. Next one. Oh, just a second. Just a second. I messed up. Wait a second. Wait a second. This is an arrayless constructor. Sorry, I take it back. This is no Java compiler error. I'll tell you why. Please, my mistake. Open the constructor of the array list and tell me. I was in our own examples. So, which is the constructor I'm using? I'm using the third form of the constructor. So that is already in front of you. Tell me, which is the constructor being used? I had written it. I got mixed up because of that earlier code I had written. So what does this allow? So apply two checks. First check is here. Go by the type of managers. What is the data structure of manager? Vector. Is vector a collection? 100% yes. And the next thing is, what is it I'm allowed to ask? I'm allowed to add anything which is employee, only employee, or its subtype or its supertype. Answer is employee or subtype, and manager is a subtype. So no compiler error. I got mixed up, so I gave a wrong answer. Those who were saying no errors are absolutely fine. Take a look at it and answer on your own. Take your time. Okay, by the way, hash set is HS is hash set. So go ahead and check. You just see the real question is on this line. So you don't have to give me error or no error. Answer that, please. Yes, it is confusing. So I'm trying to take so many examples to remove the confusion. So guys, those who already know Java, for example, Surya, I can see Ashish, don't ask deep questions and trouble others, confuse others. Let the basic concept sink in. So how do you check? How do you check? Go by the data structure type. What is the data structure of HR managers? Tell me, hash set. What is it you're allowed to add? A collection. So which is the first question? This should not be confusing. That PEX principle is confusing. Anyway, you tell me, is, what is it I have? Is hash set a collection? I'm trying to say same things. Of course, yes. So I'll write it. Hash set is a collection. So one half is done. And now thanks to generics, compiler is more alert. So what is it you are allowed to? So it says here HR manager. HR manager. And what is it you are having? See this. You are having an employee. So what kind of a question you should have? Ask yourself a question. Is HR manager a manager? Yes. Is it an employee? Yes again. So here, what is it you are allowed to have? Employee and its subtype. So next question you have to ask is HR manager. Is it an employee? Of course, it's an employee. And that is why no error. If you're still confused, I've got so many questions for you and many more I'll be sharing in the lab session. So take a look at this. Apply your own thinking. No hurry. Just tell me, either way I'm going to ask you why. Error or no error. Highlighted code only. Well, first stick to the questions. Don't add. I've stopped questions at this point. People are as it is confused. So explicitly declare wildcard means what? Here the syntax. I think you are still missing the point. Here already there is an array list constructor which has the wildcard. I'm making the use of that wildcard. Just stick to the answer. Later, if specific queries, I'll take it in the lab. Yes, please. Error or no error. Let me see what the majority is saying. It is an error. And already somebody gave me an answer. So go quick about it. What is the type of MGRS? Data structure type? Array list. So first thing, what is it we're going to check? Is array list a collection? Yes. So no issues. So this is not failing. But what is failing? Error is of course there. What is the data type? Generic type of managers? Manager. And you are allowed to populate a linked list with what? HR manager and its supertype or subtype? Supertype. So here and manager is not a HR manager. So how can it fit with the, sorry, rule? So compiler will throw you out. So likewise, again, there are so many things you can actually try and confirm more understanding. Real understanding, test of understanding is in the sort function declaration, but I'm slowly taking you there. Now, I hope you understood this, at least some part. Start. Pretty easy, adding the managers. If I write this, compiler error or no error, same concept I'm taking. So let me see what you are answering. Answer is no error. I hope you understand this. I already told you. This is what we have been discussing for what last whatever time. So here it is error list, so no issues. And here because of employee, I mean manager is an employee. So things work. And here when I say, see, okay, let me ask you this first because I'm still not knowing how where you are confused after saying so many things. Now what will happen? Error or no error? Compiler error. Because object array list of object is not the super type of all this. So this is a incompatible type. It won't survive. But here, if you say question mark extends object, and here if you supply new array list, or you can directly forget this. I'll make it even easier. Answer that please. Will this work? Compiler error or no error? Of course, no compiler error. Because why? Two things. MGRS is a error list, no issues, and anything which extends from the object. So manager is an object. So here, so this also compiles fine. So now let us take you to the, okay, so this was about two things. Which two things you have looked at? Wildcard in form of a question mark and extends in form of a upper bound or lower bound. Answer is upper bound. But you will see so much of API having lower bounds also. Yes, that will be compile time error, but Vishesh, you can't do that. Again, you are out of track. This is not my API. Okay, here you can do that, of course. But if you use the collection framework API and arrayless constructor, there you can't change. But what you said technically is right. You try it out. There is so much time, at least half an hour. I'm going to give you a question in generics. What will happen types? And that time we can have a better revision. So now I'll first show you from the API docs the other bound now. Which is the other bound? Lower bound, which is your super keyword. So here I'll take the method sort. So this is still little heavy. So I'm going for the lighter version. So take a look at this. Spend a minute on it. I mean, look at it and I'll start asking you questions. Something I have already explained yesterday, more I'll explain today. Okay, start answering. Simple answers are, this is a custom ordering comparator based. So leave it all aside. I'm not interested in that. So first question, everyone agrees that it is a generic method from a non-generic class. Collections is non-generic. This is definitely generic. So where is the type declaration sitting? Type declaration is sitting between method modifier and the return type. So these are given. These are simple points. So let us keep it aside. Now better question, important questions. Are there any rules on the type T? It's a Boolean question, yes or no. Is there any rule imposed on type T? Answer is absolutely not. There are no rules supplied in type T, or rather, what do you say, given in type T. So now solve the first argument. So here, this list of type T can be, can I replace this list of type T by, listen to the question, employee if employee class has not implemented, neither implemented comparable or comparator. This is a confusing topic. So if you're feeling confused, all you need is more practice, more answers. I'll ask the question slowly. Imagine I have got an employee class. Employee class is not comparable, not implemented comparable, not implemented comparator. So can I pass such a list to this? The question is yes or no. Answer is yes. That is what my question was. Can I pass any type of a list? Answer is yes. But now see the second argument. What is the second argument? The second argument is interface name. So actually it is comparator instance. What is the meaning of comparator instance? Instance of the class that implements comparator. But you already know this from yesterday's thing, so I'll not bore you with that. Focus on this and tell me if you have the list of employees to be sorted as per the custom ordering, what should be type of the comparator? Any type or a specific type? I'll repeat my question for those who have not understood the question. I said, if my T is employee, employee, customer, anything, employee. So are there any rules on the type of the comparator? What should be the type of the comparator? That is the answer. So there is of course a restriction. So you are wrong, those who said this. So here, start solving it from left to right. What does this question mark mean? Any, it's a wildcard, any type. So if it was question mark, then somebody said any type, that would have been correct. So tell me, is it a bounded wildcard or an unbounded wildcard? It is a bounded wildcard. Is it having the upper bound or a lower bound? U or L? It's a lower bound. So now tell me the full thing. So question mark super T, please replace T by employee. So tell me, what are all the possible what? Possible possible what is it? Options here. Either I can create comparator of which type? Employee itself. Subtype, still people are saying subtype. Guys, wrong. It is employee or super type. You still confused. See, super is for placing the lower bound. So question mark super T means either it is T or it's super type. Okay, don't get confused. Once again, if I say extends, question mark extends T, it means T is the upper bound. So T and its subtypes. When I say question mark super T, it means it is a lower bound. So it is either T or its super type. So tell me. So what is T? Employee. So we could create yesterday a comparator of employee or customer or student, and we can pass it. Or what is the other one? What is the super type of employee? Object. So you can also pass the object type. But the problem with the object type is if I actually make comparator of the object type, what will be the two arguments for that compare method? Anyone? Which will be the two arguments for the this thing method? Compare method? Answer that. Will it be a will it be employee or will it be object? Answer is object, not this. There's no this here. Okay, so object O1, object O2, and again I'll have to do the downcasting. So typically, this is, practically speaking, sorry. So the practically speaking, we don't actually go to the super type, but the bounds are allowing you to go to the super type. And you will understand more about when to use super type, when to use the upper bound and lower bound when you solve something called as producer extends and consumer supers. So that is still aside. So now you have seen this one signature. Take a look at the last one because I can't spend too much time. Already I've spent overtime on this. Rest of all things, I will cover it with individual lab faculties in the lab. I'll give you enough questions. Take help of lab faculties and solve that. Important questions. Okay, now look at this peacefully and solve it. Just take your time. I'll go through it and let's see whether you can answer the questions. Okay, so start solving with me without wasting too much. Here, it's a generic method. So generic syntax, generic type declaration fits between return type and the method modifier. So take a look at this. This is all I want to explain, nothing more. So simple first question. Are there any rules on type T, or can T be replaced by anything? Yes, absolutely, Wishes. That is why I'm not taking you too deep. So those who know, of course, are looking for more, but I'm not giving more today. So coming back to the point, are there any rules on T or no rules? Just tell me rules or not. Of course, there are rules. So now start solving. So when I say now, I'll just, highlight partially. So when you say T extends comparable, go slow with me. So when you say extends, what is it we are imposing? Upper bound or lower bound? Quickly this time. More you solve, more you understand. Of course, it is a upper bound. So everyone knows what is the relationship between an interface and an implementation class is an interface is a super type. Implementation class is the subtype. So coming back to the point, anyone wants to tell me? I remember Prachi getting confused because she had asked me the question. So T extends comparable. What does it mean? The type T, the type of the list, let's say employee, keep it simple. So the employee must be a subtype of comparable. Means what? Should employee actually extend from comparable interface or implement the comparable interface, please? Of course, implements. Are you understanding? So my point is, extends keyword in generics is not only like the ordinary extends keyword, it is only placing the upper bound. So whatever is comparable. So what is the real thing? Comparable or below. But comparable is an interface. Interfaces are pure abstract structure. So here we are talking about implementation class of comparable. If you go by the syntax, you know that one Java class, can it implement from multiple interfaces? Quick answer, of course, yes. So here, don't be surprised, not in this. You might see T extends, comparable, comma, runnable, comma, something else, or serializable. All these are interfaces names. Perfectly fine. So here, extends from the interface implies implements. Can this be replaced by generic syntax? By the actual superclass? Of course, yes. What will be the keyword then? Still extends. So be clear. I'm not talking about normal Java syntax. I'm talking about the generic syntax. So let us wrap it up faster. So this is the rule. What is the first rule? The employee or customer or student must have implemented comparable, must be comparable, must have implemented the comparable interface. I hope you understood so far. Now go inside and tell me, can comparable be of any type or a specific type? A for any, S for specific. Answer is specific type. Because you are looking at, guys, bounded wildcard. So those who are confused between question mark and T now should start realizing all you need to give me is time. So here I have already declared, Java docs have already declared use T for type of the list. So they can't use T here. So of course they have to come out with the question mark. But in some cases, question mark and T can be exchangeable. But all that is advanced things. So question mark super T means what? Forget T, stick to list of employee type. So can anyone tell me? The comparable interface should be of type, yes please, employee or its subtype, or employee or its super type. Subtype or super type? Of course, employee or its super type. And the super type of employee being object, you could also pass the object type or your specific type as an employee. So this is just learn this much today. And I'll tell you ahead of time, what is it I'm going to ask you? In the lab, I've got a lot of things planned, but one thing which tells you complete clarity, when to use extends and when to use super and when not to use anything. Invariance Contravariance and what is it? Covariance. These are the technical terms. If you solve one method, there's one method for you to solve. Copy. Okay. So if you really take time, I'm going to force it on everyone because everything I can't cover. Already we have exhausted time much earlier that for collection framework, and I've not even started with sets and maps. So I have to wrap up somewhere. Coming back, compulsory thing. I'll give it in the assignment. Can you see something here? You have your T's, you have your wild card, and you have your both the bounds. So stay with us with our, lab faculties and all, and we will definitely make it clear one with one word answer. And that one word answer is the short form. There is a good book in Java called as Effective Java. Joshua Block or something is the author. And he explains, he has coined this term for the first time. Producer extends, consumer supers. Means what in one line? I'm not taking any question. I seriously cannot take looking at time. But all questions in lab. So when do you use super? When do you use extends? That one word tells it all. If your list, list means any collection. If your list or collection is acting as a producer, producer means it has data and it has produced the data and you just want to get the elements. You don't want to add the elements. So if your list or a collection is acting like a producer, use extends. Why? It is confusing. So I don't want to bombard. And if your collection or a list or a set or a map, whatever, is acting as a consumer, the one who consumes, so you have to add the data to it. Okay. So if your list or a collection, whatever is acting as a consumer, you have to use super. So all this is definitely advanced and definitely confusing. So today, even if you understand question mark, super and extends, this is the discussion which I did is more than sufficient. But since I want to show you things, I will definitely explain this. You will give me an example and I will just give you two lab works. So this is an excellent link where the author has really explained it with the fruits, I guess, fruits basket, some inheritance hierarchy. And this is what you're going to give me to, you'll of course use this collections.copy method. And after that, you will give me something which will be explained in the lab. So to recap, I have to intersect, otherwise the whole thing becomes too late and too hectic. So you have learned additional three things: question mark, super, and extends. So I'll just take a new example. I'll list link list. Okay, anything I can take. And anyone wants, I want anyone to explain. Just let me show you. New method I'm taking. I'm not taking the one which I already explained. You solve more and you'll get there. So solve this. When I say solve this, give me a minute. First, read this. This is a method of the array list. Actually, it is a method of list API. So inherited from collection. Just read this. And we are wrapping up this particular session here. Tomorrow, if you want more inputs from me, I can spend a little bit of more time tomorrow. Not too much time though, because as I said, this is not part of your contents at all. Coming back to the point, start answering. If I have got array list of, let's change it, array list of bank account. But let me give you the hierarchy. Bank account is super, imagine it is a super class and it is extended by saving account, current account, and a loan account. So which is the super class? Any account is a bank account, any account. And the subclasses are loan, this thing, what is it? Saving and current. Simple enough. So now listen to the question, please. The question being asked is, if I have got, I'll write it, or I don't want to, I'll just say it verbally, looking at time. So suppose the type of E, I have got the array list of bank account. Okay. So I have changed this. I have got, suppose, array list of bank accounts. So E is replaced by bank account. Can you tell me what all data structures? First is the simple question and then is the generic based question. So what all you can add? What all types of collection you can add? You know the list. Array list, linked list, vector, and the sets which I'll begin in the next minute is hash set, linked hash set, and a tree set. So in short, any collection. But now come inside. So tell me, what is it we are looking at? Bounded or unbounded wildcard? It's a bounded wildcard with a upper bound or with a lower bound. It's a upper bounded card. So now answer, when you say question mark extends E, globally replace E by bank account. So what it means? Question mark extends bank account means I'll be able to add all the references from any collection having the type. Tell me the types, please. What are all the various types which are allowed? Either the bank account itself or its subtypes, which is loan, demat, whatever below exactly. So this is bank account or below. So this is the flexibility which you have learned with wildcard syntax. And I'm telling you, this link which I have given, there are so many. Just today, Google Java generic specs, PECS, producer extends consumer supers, or just you do this thing, what is it called? Inheritance in generics. And you'll see so many articles, but I found this as the well written and very easy to digest. Okay, so definitely worth visiting. So this was just a introduction, one more level deeper in the generic. Write these methods and you will go a little more deep. Okay, so definitely. Now it's high time we enter sets. So let me show you the set overview first. And then I will show you, we'll write simple examples and then we'll make it more challenging, more involved, more interesting in short. Give me a second. So in this picture, where does set sits or fits? Everyone knows that. Starting point is iterable. Iterable extended by collection and collection extended by a set. But just to have more space and all, I'm showing you now a ready-made picture, sets overview. Okay, regarding set setters. So take a look at this, where I'm talking only about the sets. So read till only this much. Don't read further. I mean, don't read further in the sense, we'll explain till this. This is a easier topic till I talk about hashing algorithm. Hashing algorithm is again little involved. So start looking at it. What is the topmost interface, super interface? It is iterable. Iterable is not a part of a collection framework. Extended by collection, of course, a part of collection framework. And today we are talking about extending from set. You know about little bit about array list, linked list, vector. Array list you know fully. Linked list and vector. Vector we are not going to use. Linked list I'll explain some other time. But look at set. It's a generic interface. The most important feature is, be it any type of set, be it hash set, linked hash set, sorted set, it is not going to allow you duplicate elements. Now read the next one. When we talked about list, you remember, list adds lot of index-based operations. It adds so many methods, including list iterator, the index-based get, set, index of. But here, your set interface does not add any new behavior, as in no additional methods, but some of the methods, internal working, they call it as semantics. The working of the method is changed. So you remember there is an add method. It is declared in the collection interface. But when I show you in a hash set, linked hash set, or a tree set, you will see add method will return you Boolean true or false. If the element gets added, knowing that it is not duplicate, then it returns true, otherwise false. So in short, such changes are definitely done in the add method. Now the next thing, will set, any form of set, will it support index based operations? We know that long back. Set doesn't support neither set nor your map. A list only supports the index based, no other data structure. And can you attach for loop, for each loop, iterator or list iterator? Why for is not allowed? For is index based, so that is gone. Why for each is allowed? For each is nothing but an implicit iterator. So answer, is set iterable? Yes. So I hope these things are easier than generics. So it is simple, is a relationship. So since set is iterable, you can explicitly attach iterator, and implicit version is nothing but for each. While list iterator is not allowed, list iterator is list only, list specific iterator. It is declared in the list API. So set is not a list, so that is gone. And these are all typical questions you should know of. You should know the answer of. So here, does it allow you to add multiple null references? Impossible. Duplicates are not allowed. But will it allow you to add a single null reference? Answer is yes. So this is about your, like how earlier day, 2 days before, I showed you the list specific features. These are your set specific features. Tomorrow I'll tell you map related features, which is really important. But generally what I do is I explain the hashing algorithm with hash set first, so that the most important data structure where so many J2E data structures are based upon is a hash map. So then you will get a back-to-back another revision when I explain the hashing algorithm once in a hash set. And you will see hash set nothing but maintains internally the instance of hash map. So you'll see so much of similarity. So let us go slowly on this. What are the 3 implementation classes? They are hash set, linked hash set, and a tree set. So see the important things. So actually linked hash set is here. Anyway, let me start explaining. So what is common between all? All 3 are set implementation classes, as goes without saying. But now read the 2 adjectives. When you create a hash set, which we'll do in 2 minutes, it is, what does it represent? Does it remember the order of insertion? Answer is no. It does not maintain the order of insertion. And is it going to be sorted as per comparable or comparator? Answer is no. So what is it? Hash set is an unsorted, unordered set implementation class. So then finally what it uses internally is the famous hashing algorithm. Okay. And thanks to this hashing algorithm, you get to enjoy constant time performance for adding the element, removing the element, or what is it called? Searching the element, all this. So you'll see when I take you there. So it is based upon hashing algorithm, and the heart of hashing algorithm is 2 methods. One is hash code. So till today, we have not even looked at hash code. We just say that hash code is object classes hash code method, which returns the internal representation of address. Now it will be extremely important. And there is a contract. Contract means set of rules. There is a golden contract between correct overriding of hash code and equals. That is what is understanding hashing algorithm. So we will draw proper memory pictures, and we will discuss the flow chart over time. Next one. So what is linked hash set? Linked hash set is a subclass of a hash set. Hash set extended by linked hash set. So what is the difference between the two? It is internally maintains the linked list, and that linked list gives the ordering factor. So if you talk about the linked hash set, I'll write 2-3 examples quickly. So you will see linked hash set is an ordered set. Means what? It will remember the order of insertion. But when you add the elements as in references, will they get sorted as per what? Natural order, custom order? Answer is no. So remember in points, hash set, unordered, unsorted. No ordering, no sorting. Here, it is maintains the order of insertion. When you attach the iterator, when you attach for each, you will get the same order. And but it doesn't sort. So if you want to keep the elements, I want both. I want duplicates removed plus I want sorting. Which is the data structure to choose? Answer is tree set. So please check the hierarchy. See the hierarchy. If you remember the hierarchy, you don't find it too bad. Iterable, collection, set, extended by a sorted set. So what is sorted set? Sub-interface of set. There are in between also, but I'm not giving you all those important details I'm giving you. So tree set is a implementation class of sorted set and it represents unordered. So it doesn't remember the order of insertion, but will it sort the elements? Answer is yes. So answer that. When I say sorting in Java, which are the two ways you always think about sorting? The moment I say sorting, two words should come to you: natural ordering and custom ordering. So take a look at this. If you want a tree set using the natural ordering means what? Comparable or comparator? Comparable. Who has to implement comparable? The type of the set. Earlier I was saying type of the list, now shifted to type of the set. So the type of the set, the UDT, has to implement the comparable. And which method it has to implement? It just has to implement the compare to method. Okay. So if you are happy with natural ordering, comparable based ordering, there are certain constructors of a tree set. When I come to tree set, I'll explain. But if you say that, no, I want a custom ordered. So custom ordered heart is what? Comparator. So here you can supply the comparator. I hope latest learned syntax of the type E or its super type, etc. So you can use certain constructors which work in the natural order manner. You can use other constructor, comparator based constructor for custom ordering. But this was just an overview. So let us get started with a first variety, which is the most important one, a hash set, and then will go from there to more interesting varieties. So what we are looking at is different set implementation classes, and the most important constant time performance supplying one is the hash set. So which one will be fastest among the three? Answer is if you see the O factor order, I mean time complexity factor, hash set is going to be the fastest because it doesn't have to do the ordering. It doesn't have to remember any order. Neither it has to do the sorting. Okay. So these two are totally based on hashing algorithm. In short, they are based on something like hash code and equals. Whereas when we talk about tree set, you will see that tree set will either be using comparables compare to method or comparators compare. Okay, so this is enough as an overview. Let's create something and then the understanding becomes easier. So now I'll not change the thing, project. I'll create a different package though. Let us start with the simple variety of sets. And when the things get interesting, of course, I want to change the project and all that. So I'm saying test hash set. I'll write something and let's see. We use something. Okay, just give me a second. I'm just checking. Okay, so create, let's say, empty hash set to store simple things. I'm saying integers. So tell me, is it going to store the primitive type or reference type? Everyone knows the answer. You don't have type collection type primitive. So here, let's say hash set. E is for generic type. This is invariance. I'm not saying question mark, extend C and all that here. So let's say integer, easiest to start. Just equal to new hash set. Now you just have to sit back till I write something, but keep looking at the code. All I'm going to ask you is what will happen. You can add the, here you can't add null, but if you check it as integer array, you can. So I'm having this populate. This is where you respond. Populate the hash set with this data. Anyone wants to answer how? I said, I've got some sample data here. So this is currently the empty hash set. There is empty hash set. There are no references. The size is 0. Okay. So anyone wants to tell me, how will I populate this hash set with this data? I just want to check. Add all is wrong answer, Surya. Check your API. So yeah, for each loop is correct. Add all. Why add all is wrong, Surya? Figure it out from the Java docs. Add all text, the type is question collection question mark extends whatever e. And do I have a collection or do I have an array? It's a array, so that cannot be used. So like somebody said, there is another method. There is a overloaded add all. I can use that, but the one which I showed cannot. So all I'll say is simple. Let's keep the simple things. For each int I in data. Okay, and what I want to do is I want to populate. So which is the method? Wait a second. I want your clarity totally. So I'm saying and I. Okay. And let me write the remaining part also. The contents. So I want to show you what are the contents of the hash set. I'll simply use the toString. I'm not attaching iterator and all that. And I want to also show you the size. There's no capacity method here. Just okay. So first initial quick questions here. What is it happening? I mean, is compiler doing any conversion? Answer is no, implicit conversion. Because what is happening is this is an int type, data of 0, data of 1 is all implicit. Tell me here, are there any implicit conversions happening? Yes, of course. So in the next line, you know this. What is the type? Wait a second. Here, if you take the cursor over add, all it can access is, or rather all it you can add is integer type. So I think people know this into integer without wasting time. This is a simple lightweight concept, much lighter than your generics. And this is nothing but your auto boxing. So now here, the question being asked is, so this will run through the loop, right? So now tell me, the question being asked is, what will be the, for the first iteration, added, after added, what will it say? True or false? Quickly. So I hope people are understanding. For all these all these 5 iterations, it will be true. When it comes to this line, added true or added false? Added false. Added true, I don't have -10, and added, okay, so I'll make it 34, just to see. So are you getting it? So this is how the add method, just take a cursor, adds the specified element to this list, I'm so sorry, to this set, if it is not already present, non-duplicate. So we will confirm that. And when I display this, do you expect to see the duplicates? Answer is no duplicates. Do you expect to see the same order of insertion as the one I have given? Answer is no. So it is, I'm just proving, confirming the simple words. It is unordered. Do you expect to see any ascending or descending order? Answer is no. So this is what I meant by unordered, unsorted set. Okay. Now, so here, I hope you remember the contains method. So contains is for searching. Contains is inherited from collection. So here, let me say HS. This is just a warm up. This is a warm up exercise. I mean warm up part. Actual exercise is yet to begin. So HS contains, let's say 23. So how do I use it? There is a contains method you have used all last 2-3 days. HS dot contains. This is inherited but overridden by hash set. Anyway, let's not go there. 23. Answer quickly. What do you expect to see? Simple question, simple answer. True or false? I'm sure everyone can see this 23 here. True. Give something which doesn't exist. False. Next one. Remove. So this is also inherited. So what is it you expect to see here? remove by index or remove by object? Which variety? I for index, O for object. Of course, remove by object. Index-based operations are not there. So it is dot remove. You can see. Of course, return all, remove all, and all there exists. Remove, remove by object. And if I say, for example, 10, everyone knows there is a auto boxing which is happening here. So it will check, is there any reference which is pointing to the integer object 10? Answer is yes. And it will remove it. And then I'm printing again. HS after remove and printing the contents again. This I told you, it's a warm up. And I'll print somewhere here, original array. Array is drawn to string. And all I can say is, so you'll know what it is. So there are no compile time errors, there are no runtime errors. All I'm asking you is about the output, and I have already explained the output. So confirm this immediately. So check this. Everyone can understand this. Array follows the order of insertion. So take a look at this. So now you can see 3, 4, 5 times. It could happily add the element because it was non-duplicate. The moment you gave the duplicate element, it says added false. Can you see that? And the last one also, which I had added, there is a data here, so you can match with it easily. So is it keeping the duplicates or removing the duplicates? Of course, removing the duplicates. Are you seeing something? Is it ordered or unordered? So you can see it is not maintaining the order at all. Is it sorted as per any ascending, descending? Of course not. So that is what I meant. Non-duplicate, unsorted, unordered implementation. Whatever may be the size. Of course, it is containing 23. So, I mean, it is saying true. And here, could it remove? I forgot which one is I have removed. I have removed something like 10. So, can you see that? So, after removing 10, the rest of the set is fine, but the element is removed. So, this is your first simple look at hash set. So, three things I want you to confirm. It is not tolerating any duplicates. It is not maintaining order, and it is unsorted. Clear or not clear so far? Is everyone clear? This is a very easy topic. I have to balance the difficult topic by easy one. Otherwise, you'll give up in Java, on Java. So here, which cannot happen. So now let me create a copy. Simple. This is all warm up. Test linked hash set. Test linked hash set. Okay. And here, I'll just replace hash set by linked hash set. You keep your answer ready. Linked hash set. And of course, it is also linked hash set. Okay. Sorry, I messed up. And I'll say Control Shift O. I don't need rest of it. Actually, I mean, you can just keep it as it is. So my real question is very easy. Here, what will be the output? So let me ask you from this thing. No duplicates. So do you expect to see duplicates or no duplicates still? Are you understanding? I have replaced the, it is telling you hash table and linked list implementation, etc. So no duplicates is still there. Will it be a ordered set or unordered set? Will it remember the order of insertion? Answer is yes. You'll see that in a minute. And will it be a sorted or unsorted? Still unsorted. You got that? Confirm. Have I done the linked hash set? Yes. So here, tell me. This part is still the same. It is still detecting the duplicates and not adding it. And is it maintaining the same order of insertion? You can see that it is. But is it sorted as per ascending order, descending order? No. For that you have to wait for the tree set. And I could see the contents method working fine. I could remove some data, whatever 10 and all, and you have a linked hash set. It's not HS, it is a linked hash set after removal. So is the difference between hash set and a linked hash set clear? It is only about ordered versus unordered. And if I make the last copy, this tree set, you know what I'm going to do. So I'll just take this and globally replace linked hash set by tree set. Okay. So now, okay, please, I may not update the comments, but you have to do that. So it is creating an empty tree set. Rest of the things I'm not interested. So again, the same. Duplicates or no duplicates? Tree set is a sorted set, is a set. So that part is same. Do you expect it to remember the order of insertion? Please don't. It is unordered. But now see the constructor which I have used. So take a look at it. In this constructor, have I supplied any comparator, any custom ordering criteria? So comparator or no comparator? Answer is no comparator is supplied. So when you don't supply any comparator, which is the default ordering is a natural ordering, which is what? Comparable based. In the absence of this, it is all simple comparable based natural ordering. So anyone wants to tell me, wait a second. Anyone wants to say this? When I'm calling this add method, now it is a tree set. So can you tell me, and we have done a lot of time spending on the collection, on the sorting. So can you tell me, recall all these, look at these all words and answer. When you say, where is that? Add method, internally for sorting purpose, tree set means JVM will call which classes, which method. Internally, which classes, which method will get called? Because that will give me the confidence. Yeah, compare to is absolutely right. Which classes? No, not collections class. No. Comparable is the interface. I said which classes, which method, guys. Int is not a class, Prachi, but you are closest. Integer. What is the type of the set? Integer. It is a natural ordering, UDT based. So integer class has already implemented comparable. Its method will get called. So here, what will get called is, it's a natural ordering, right? So integers, comparable is right. So comparables method is compare to, right? Compare to will be called. You can't put a SOP and all that because integer is a like built-in class. You write your own classes, for example, employee, vehicle, test, I mean, customer and all. You can definitely confirm. So just look at the output. I hope everyone expects unordered but sorted set. And is it going to use the natural ascending order or do you expect to see the descending order? Ascending order is the natural order for integer class. There are ways, descending, preset and all that, but today we are not there. So this is your original array. You can check it immediately. Okay, sorry. Is it still detecting and throwing away the duplicates? Very much yes, it is a set. And how about this? Is it ordered or is it sorted? It is sorted. And as per what? Natural ordering, I mean comparable or comparator. It is comparable based natural ordering. And the contains part and the remove part is the same. So does everyone have at least a basic feel, simple feel of hash set versus, yes, you saw that output already, Anshuman. So there's no ordering. So don't say ordering will be lost. Sorry. So there's no ordering maintained. If you want to order set, which one variety you have to choose is, you have to choose that linked hash set variety. Sorry. Sometimes some days are bad. So here, so this is your distinction. But this is, like I kept saying so many times, this is just a warm-up. So here, now the real exercise will begin. And here, since the focus is on collection framework, I'm choosing the UDT, user defined type, extremely simple. Because if I make that complex as your customer or student having too many things, or what was I was working with was something else, bank account, unnecessary distraction. So take a look. Don't worry. I'll just write something. You just have to respond. What will happen types. I am still in the basics. So let me create a core class, more than simple, comma core, and our good old employee. Not making it complicated at all. Complications will come later. Complexities will come later. Okay. Here. And the ordinary toString. So there's nothing complex about it so far. I hope everyone agrees. I don't have enum, I don't have date, I don't have anything. Simple ID name salary. And now the real thing comes. So here I'm saying a tester, and I'm going to create a set of employees. What is it I showed you earlier was a set of integers. So now I just want to create the set of employees and confirm few things. So let us create the most important variety is a hash set, because that will give you idea about a hash map tomorrow. So create empty hash set to store employee details. Okay, so start hash set. E will be replaced by our employee. New hash set. This is fine. And now I'll write something. Okay. I'll write something and you just check. So here employee E1 equal to new employee. For this purpose, I kept it very easy, very simple. Keep observing, please. Okay, same state. And then I'm saying just I want to add SOP also, so that everyone is on the same page, everyone is clear. EMP set. This is an example of invariance. There's no contra, there's no covariance. So I will be able to add the employee type or its subtypes also. But the currently focus is only on employee. So here I'm saying add E1 naturally. And here add E2. And the simple statement. This has to be simple. The size. I'm printing the size of the set. Keep solving the code parallelly, please. And then I'm saying, what are the contents of the hash set? EMP set. Okay. So I'm telling you ahead of time, there is no compile time error. There is no runtime error. So all we are discussing is what will be the output here. So let me ask you line by line. Anyone wants to tell me what will be the output here? You have only two options, true or false. Everyone knows that, right? So it is true here. And here, if I ask you, real question is here, not the first one. Anyone wants to tell me on this line, uh, on the second line, what is it you expect to see? Let me see what you are saying. Is it going to be true or false? I'm not able to look at your answer. So some of you are saying, some of you are, I'm getting the mixed answer. The real answer is going to be, unfortunately, true. You were expecting, you wish it was. So you can see that it is entirely duplicate employee. So we were expecting, because you saw that earlier in integer, It could detect it so happily and it could detect, but the real answer is it is going to unfortunately say true. So what will this true imply? Duplicate is getting detected or not getting detected? Answer is duplicate is not getting detected. And suddenly you get a surprise that why my hash set is misbehaving. Okay, so that is what makes the whole discussion interesting. Here, what is the now you will know this. What is the size you have? Unfortunately, 2. And here, are you going to see both the references? Answer is yes, E1 and E2, both will be there. So this is my actually starting point. The earlier one was just to tell you the difference between set implementation classes, but this is what is real deal or real work. So confirm, guys. Can you see that? It is adding the first element. This was fine. This is because it was an empty set. But here we are adding exactly the duplicate element and it is also getting added happily. So answer the question. Or okay, first see the whole thing. Size is 2. And can you see the duplicate elements or non-duplicate elements? Duplicate or non-duplicate? Everyone can see that it is maintaining the duplicates. So is this a correct working of a set or is it incorrect working of a set? Correct or wrong? What is it you are looking at? This is definitely not we paid for or this is not what we bargained for or something. So this is definitely a wrong, a surprise, incorrect working. Everyone agrees with the baseline. So now let us take this point as a I mean ahead and tell me, anyone wants to tell me why your hash okay, forget that, why your hash set is not behaving correctly. Let me give you the background. See, we saw this hash set happily detecting the duplicates here and everything worked to the T, but here suddenly it doesn't work. Yes, so here how do you exactly? So let me ask you age old question, 12 days old question or whatever. Wait a second, I'm still here. So if you look at this, what is the memory picture, guys? Don't tell me memory picture of hash set. That is where we'll start discussing the internals. What is the memory picture here? How many references, how many objects? Don't count strings, forget strings. Two references pointing to the same object or two different objects? Two different objects. Are you getting it? So where you have replaced, what is it? Reference equality by content equality. So I got the answer already. So what is the next step? If you want the answer here as added false, size is 1 and no duplicates, what do you think we should do next? You have to tell JVM. Yes, override what? So override equals an employee. Pretty, absolutely perfect. Is it 100% perfect or 50%? You'll know shortly. So here everyone knows in the middle of night now, you should be able to override this without any hesitation. And I've chosen integer ID. So it is such a easy one. Public boolean equals. What is the argument type? I hope everyone remembers this is not a coming from any generic type. So it is a raw type. So for your understanding, something interesting in employee equals, and then I'm saying usual. Instance of checking is must before downcasting. If you don't want to get into that class cast, what was that? Employee. And then I can say return ID. You can say ID or this dot ID. And here just add a typecast, class cast. I'm sorry, to avoid class cast, we have done that. So here I'll say, what was it? Oh, okay. And in case the user gives you something which is not an employee, return false. So I don't think anybody is like confused in this. Everyone understand it? Everyone has written equals method multiple times. We're not talking about reference equality, this one. So don't mix up. Focus on the things which I'm first telling, first digest that, and then think bigger or then think more. Okay. So now see this. And what do you expect to see? You are expecting to see here false, but unfortunately, not you won't get it. So just check. So take a look at it here. Is your hash set working properly or not working properly still? Working or not working? Answer that. I hope you are suitably surprised. Those who know Java, I'm not talking to them. They should not get surprised. But those who are freshers, of course, it is not working. And what is even worse? Look at something which is worse. Is it even calling your equals method? Answer is it is not even calling our equals method. So 100% there is something more to it than your equals method. So everyone understands it? So just by overriding equals method is not solving the problem. So this is where we start understanding the internals. So as my usual approach, first I'll not give you the internals. I mean, of course, we will draw the data structures and all that. But first I will give you the solution, which is at the API level. And once you understand the solution, once you get the confidence that yes, it works, then we will draw. I will request you to draw because it's an interesting diagram to draw the internal data structure, and parallelly we will understand the something called as hashing algorithm. So the guys, the basic problem is you have not overridden the partner method, the contract method, which is hash code. And unless and until you do the correct overriding, you do the proper overriding as per the contract, the overriding of equals and hash code, any hashing based data structure, be it hash set, be it linked hash set, be it a hash table, be it a hash map or whatever, any hashing based data structure will collapse. Okay, so welcome to hashing based data structures. And first, like I said, let me talk about this, what is it, the contract and the rules, and then we'll understand why this contract is so important and all of that. Wait a second. All this is properly mentioned in Java docs. So the ultimate class, I mean universal superclass is object, and today's compulsory another reading exercise. One reading exercise was that fail fastness of iterator and all that, and something else also I mentioned. I forgot. You should note that. I'm not going to keep noting that. But the point is another one is very important. Read the description of hash code and equals. Okay, so equals I hope you have already read. So now I'll just open this. So here, what is hash code? It is a method. It is a method given by your object class. Read this. Returns a hash code value for the object, which is pretty like, what do you say, basic answer. And here it will tell you that it is whole and soul. The whole and soul idea about hash code is for applying, using hashing based algorithms, be it a hash table, be it a property, be it a hash map, everything. So now the general contract. Contract means set of rules. So you can read other rules. It has to be consistent. It has to be symmetric, etc. But read this part twice. Okay, I'll first make a simple statement. What is that golden contract? What is that important rule? You have to satisfy while putting the data in the hashing based data structure is one liner. Equal objects must produce equal hash code. One line says it all. So now read this in a detailed manner. So they have given you detail, but I'm saying a simple one-liner. Equal objects must produce equal hash code. So read the whatever description. So if two objects are equal, but what is equality testing method? Equals method. Then calling the hash code should give you the same integer value. So this is the most important rule in your hashing based data in what do you say, in order to create your correct working of hashing based data structure. So I have a simple question here. Have we followed the rule or have we not followed the rule yet? Is the contract satisfied or not satisfied? Tell me. It's a simple. I'm not getting the answers. I mean, I'm not able to read the answers. So answer that. Don't go ahead of time and bank on the earlier knowledge. Understand this. Have we currently supplied the rule? Answer is no. I mean, satisfied the rule. How do you know what I mean, whatever we are saying? Just do this SOP. Simple. E1 dot equals all these, not even. What is it? Oh, sorry. I messed up. I'm in the different class. This is not what I wanted. Let me close that. Let me open this here. This is where I wanted to ask you the question. So quickly answer what will be the output. I have two questions, so give me a minute here. Okay, so the question being asked is, what will be the answer here? True or false? Quickly. I hope you are giving me the correct answer here. Currently, what will be answered? True, of course, because we have already overridden the reference equality by content equality. So 100% of you understand it. But now tell me, sorry, is it going to print you the same hash code or different? Same or different? Answer is different. Why? Because have we yet overridden the hash code method? Not yet. What is the need and all? Unless until you see the data structure, you can't understand. But the point is it different or same? Different, because it is inheriting from object class. And the moment you say in the middle of night new, of course it is going to occupy the different memory. So that is what should tell you that we have not yet followed the contract, and that is why you are paying its price. So see, equals method is returning true. So what is the rule? Equal objects must produce same hash code or different hash code. Answer is same hash code. So since this rule is violated, this rule is not obeyed, your hash set is failing. Okay. So before I start implementing all that, read the next part also, which is so important. So this is the mandatory part of the contract, compulsory part of the contract. If you don't observe this, your hash set or tomorrow hash map will not work. But there is a optional part of the contract. Wait a second. Read the whole thing. It's so cool. It's so great. Read the second part also. This is called, I call it as a, not I, anyone, optional part of the contract. Read that. Only one small modification. They say it may improve. It's not may. It does improve. It 100% improves the performance of the hash table. So I'll ask you a question. Let me say this properly in simple English. Equal objects. Okay, first line is, for correct working of the hashing based data structure, equal objects, should they produce same hash code or different? S or D? It's a simple question. Same. Is there any relaxation? Is there any can or cannot? No, of course not. This is a mandatory part. But now I'm asking you the different question. Different objects, oh sorry, unequal, I wanted to say unequal objects, should they produce same hash code or different hash code? S or D? Answer is whatever. I mean, they might produce same or they might produce different. It does not matter. Your hashing based data structure will 100% work. But if you maintain the optional part of the contract by saying the unequal objects, meaning equals method returning false, produces different hash code, will it degrade the performance, or will it improve the performance? Answer is, it will definitely improve the performance. Okay. So of course there is a reason and all that. The reason part I have not yet come to. Reason is in the internal working of the hashing based data structure, which we will start shortly. But before that, wait a second. What is it I wanted to say? I have not copied this. I need a contract diagram. I have got a diagram contract somewhere. Give me 2 minutes. I'll arrange the help in the diagrams folder and all. Focus here. This is extremely important. Mark it as a most important topic in Koja, one of the most important topic. I told you long back, all you need to know, I mean, not all, but basically you need to know 5 methods. What is that? ToString equals hash code, compare and compare to. So all remaining 4 you had already known. The 5th one I'm just adding to the mix. So read this. Read the line by line, box by box. Contract between, I've not got the word correct. It's a correct overriding of equals and hash code. But tell me, we have been spending last 2-3 days in collection, the list form of collection. Was maintaining this contract, obeying this contract, observing this contract, is it mandatory for list-based data structure? It's a Boolean question, yes or no. Absolutely not. Then what is it mandatory for? For anything which is following hashing-based data structure. And the example is, keep simple examples in front of you. Hash set today, hash map tomorrow. And of course, there is a list of such data structures. So now come to the point. So here, today I am into set, as in hash set. So the type of the set must follow the contract. Anyone wants to tell me what is the what is that generic type of the set today? What is it we are working with? Hash set of what? Employees. So which class must implement, I'm sorry, must follow this contract? Employee class. And just a small question. Why it happily worked when we were having the integer set? Because of the simple fact, integer class has already obeyed the contract. So still our UDT has not defined the contract. So we had a failure. And integer class, the all wrapper classes, string related, date time related have already obeyed the contract. Wherever they override equals, they also override hash code. So let me come to the point quickly. So what is that so-called contract? You already know. One liner. Equal objects must produce equal hash code. That's it. Okay. So I'm just talking in detail. Suppose these are the two references of, let's say, employee type, customer type, integer type, date type. We don't care. If ref1 dot equals ref2 returns true, what is the rule? Ref1 dot hash code must be same as ref2 dot hash code. Are you understanding the expanded version? So this is it. Equal objects must produce same hash code. So this, what will you call this branch? Mandatory or optional? M or O? This is a mandatory branch. There's no shortcut to this. Now come to the optional but 100% recommended types. If two objects are unequal, means what? Ref1 dot equals ref2 returns you false. Then should ref1 dot hash code be same as ref2 dot hash code? I'm saying okay, allowed. But will it, what about performance? It will definitely kill the performance. So if you want correct working of hash code with constant time performance, this also is compulsory. So unequal objects should, as a better policy, as a better performance policy, should, what is it called? Should produce a different hash code. And what is their whole and sole reason? To improve the performance of, there's a spelling mistake, hashing based data structures. Okay, so this is the rule. So here I've given in slight more details, contract for this, for correct working of hash set, hash map, hash table, linked hash set, property, dictionary, all, anything which is based on hashing will follow the same. Now, and it is a short form of this. So I hope you have understood the contract. Has everyone understood the rule? Equal objects must produce the same hash code. That's it. But then the next question is how. So how part is also very easy. So listen to how part, because that is where the programmers are concerned. Fine, the contract is good in its place, but how do I do it? Extremely simple. So start with the first one. Identify the primary key. Everyone knows that object's identity, the unique ID. So primary key currently is what? What is my primary key of employee currently? Is it a simple primary key or composite? I mean single field or multi-field? Simple. ID based. Okay, but soon means once you settle on one, then I can take other one. I can say two employees are same if and only if their ID and department ID is same. Or I can go further, ID, department ID, and joint date is same. I can make it multi-field, composite primary key. So whatever. So identify the primary key, fields, and override equals. I expect full confidence on this line because we have taken a lot of examples, single field, multi-field, and all that. Okay, so this is first thing. You will say we already know it. I know. But now, while overriding the hash code, you have to take the same data members to to what? To automatically follow both parts of the contract. So I'll just repeat the last line again. Whenever you override equals, whatever are the unique ID features, use the same while overriding the hash code. And if you follow this, if you just do the how part, which part of the contract we are following? Answer is both the parts will be followed. But in order to make you understand things, I do things in a slightly different manner. So here, let us focus on first implementing the first honoring the mandatory part. You will see some degradation in the performance, and then of course will follow the both the branches. So if you just talk about it, nothing reaches you. So let me just do that. And here, what is missing? Tell me what is missing. What else should I do? You should override, which is the other counterpart for hashing mechanism, the method. So which is the method? I hope you remember the method. It is public int. You can't narrow the scope. There is no subtyping covariance for it. It's a primitive type. And the method name is hash code. So we are overriding, at least I'm showing you, you might have done it already. We are first time overriding the hash code function. So let me give you in hash code so that this is going to help you when I start showing the drawing the memory diagrams and all. This is what will confirm our understanding. So in hash code, and I'll say suppose return 100. Is 100 any special number? Absolutely not. You can say return 10. You can return 1, 2, 3, 4. You can say anything. So tell me, if I return 100, am I following which part? I mean, am I following? So what is getting followed? What's being followed? So I'll give you the clarity. Don't feel lost. So the question is it a mandatory part of the contract? Is it the optional part of the contract? Is it the optional part? Is it neither? Or is it both? I hope people are clear. And I hope I get to see this. Tell me, which is the part of the contract I'm following? Is it the mandatory part only? Is it a, what is it called? Optional? Is it both or neither? It's a mandatory part. See, what is the mandatory part of the contract says? Just a second, I was looking at your answer. What does the mandatory part says? Equal objects must produce the same hash code. So now, irrespective of object, I mean equals method returns true or false. Am I sending the same hash code value? Yes. Okay. So this is your definitely this branch. So do you expect to see good performance or bad performance? Of course, bad performance. But my idea, my thing is, first, I don't want to show you the performance. First, I want you to understand the internal data structure and all that, hashing algorithm. So this is fine, like, and observe it carefully. I don't want to make any changes to the code. Now, okay, you can keep this. Fine. So let me just run. I've not touched any part of the code. So let me ask you ahead of time. What do you expect to see? You should definitely see duplicate is getting detected. Oh. Yeah, I got a glitch. Yeah. You know what happens? I get the notification later. So I'll repeat the last statement. Wait a second. I said, if whatever we have done is correct, This part is adding the first reference, so true. But this is where it should return false, indicating duplicate detection. And what should be the size of this? 1. And here, employee reference only. And this part, answer this, E1 dot equals E2, still true. And what is it you are going to expect? What is it you are going to see here? That 100 value, which is what? Same. You know, I'm taking you, knowing the importance of the topic, I'm taking you in the smaller steps. So observe and conclude, please. Okay. So you can see, now you can see that. And this itself, you know, prepares you for hashing algorithm. That's why I do it in this manner. So it is calling, it means JVM. Hash set implementer is calling in hash code and adding the element. Now see the word, see the thing. This you won't understand immediately. I'm trying to build it up over time. So it is still calling in hash code. In employees equals returns true, indicating duplicate or non-duplicate? Duplicate. And is your set detecting that as a duplicate? Yes. And it's not adding it. In short, working correctly or working in a wrong manner? Of course, working correctly. And as you can see, now finally you got the size as 1. Contents are only 1 reference. And here, so you remember we had called that. So in employee equals was true, E1 and E2. And hash code is also same. So we have definitely followed the mandatory part of the contract. Right now, don't ask me how it is working internally because I have not even started there. So at least today is I'm trying to take you at the API level, and later means whenever, I'll take you immediately at the deeper level. So is this part, whatever is said, whatever is written, and how we overrode the methods, is it clear so far? Again, you got a glitch. So I think it was the earlier one. Okay, now let's take something further. So wait a second. I just want to create another copy because I keep saying things and you need to confirm. Not from here. 12.2 I don't want to touch. I'll just make another copy. Keep watching, please. So this is fine. Because again, that gives you the clue of what must be happening internally, you know. Just give me 2 minutes. E1, E2, E3, E4, E5. It's fine. I don't require this now. I mean, that part is already there in this. Just a second. Don't look at my comments. You can form your own. So I don't want to even keep the comments. You draw your own conclusion because it's all a new data now. E1, E2, E3, E4, and there's E5 also. So okay. So let me just check. Okay. Yeah, I think I've done whatever I wanted. Yes. So start. So I took some time in arranging the data. So I hope you are ready. We'll stop after this. Don't worry. So anyone wants to answer? Fast answers. True or false? Everyone knows it. True. Okay. But I have a deeper question just to prepare you for tomorrow. Tomorrow is first thing we will do is the hashing algorithm and all that. So tell me, true is fine. I agree. So can you guess which of the following will get called? Hash code equals both or neither. Don't feel bad if you can't answer because that is the preparation time. So let me see what people are saying. I have not got the answer yet. It takes time, you know, to reach me sometimes. Answer is hash code, not both. Okay. Anyway, you will see this. And just this is today is a build up. Tomorrow is actual story. So here you will see only hash code. Okay. Now here, am I right? Am I saying correctly? Yeah, this is the first entry. Absolutely fine. Here, First answer, true or false, T or F. Answer is element is added. The ID, the equality is employee ID. Is 101 and 10 different? Of course, yes. So now here you tell me, what do you think for the second insertion? Which method? You will learn over time tomorrow. Hash code is the integral part, the whole hashing algorithm. What happens is, from the hash code, JVM will detect the bucket. There's something called as a bucket-based data structure, nothing but your linked list. So, of course, hash code is without saying. But now, can you remember? We have got the same hash code returned just to explain you the hashing algorithm. So here, of course, hash code, but the data will be added in the same bucket. So to find out whether the data exists earlier or not, it is going to call the equals method also. Okay. So hash code and equals here. Now, I just copy it here. Tell me. E3 is, I hope I'm not messing up. Yeah, 150. So it will be added. Hash code equals will be called twice. Okay. Hash code equals twice. And anyone wants to tell me what this will be? False. And hash code and equals how many times? 4 times. So, see, is my hash set behaving correctly? Of course, yes. But can you not see, or can everyone see? It is exactly like my linear data structure list. So if you wanted to achieve that, I would say you are better off in a linear data structure, I mean sequential data structure, where the searching factor for the worst case scenario is ON. So this is what is the killer. And don't let me not say too many things. So okay, anyway, so what will be the size, please? So I think we have got 4, right? Yeah, 4. And you will see the employee set consisting of naturally E1, E2, you know that. The E5 is duplicate, right? E3 and E4. Just confirm, digest this fact. And anyway, it's getting late. So just confirm. You can check this. So here in hash code, perfect, best working. Here hash code employee equals, and then it has added because that employee IDs were different. Can you see the linear searching? So it is calling employee equals more number of times. Sorry, here I messed up. Why I messed up here? Last thing I messed up. I said it will call multiple times, but I forgot. The first hit itself is equals to. So a small correction, small but important correction. The first time itself it finds a match. Which match it finds? E1 dot ID is same as E5 dot ID. So JVM is not dumb enough. I was dumb. So JVM is not dumb enough to continue the searching. The moment equals is true, duplicate is detected, the whole searching is over. But unfocus that and look at this. So tell me, is it a good performance? I mean, is it a constant time performance for searching? O1 factor or ON factor? Simple question, simple answer before I wrap up. Is it a bad performance? And what is the killer factor? Killer factor is we have not honored, we have not supplied the, what is that? The optional or the non-mandatory part of the contract. I know I'm troubling you today. Just one more trouble. So you can definitely now just confirm. Don't go by the comments or okay. I know I'm extending it. You can join my lab session. I can't dictate about other lab sessions. You can join my lab session 10 minutes late. I'll also get those 10 minutes. So just a second, okay? So let me create, because I'm stretching it. I'll have a word with ma'am. So here, what is it I wanted to do is same things. I'll not change the comments because I don't want to stretch it so much. And here, how do you achieve both branches of the contract? The equal objects producing same hash code and different objects producing different. I gave you a thumb rule also, programmer step. Just use whatever field you have used here for identifying the equals. Use the same thing here. When you see the actual generation from the ID, ID will be more perfect. It will involve some prime numbers, and prime numbers will ensure even further separation, but not so fast. This itself is good, much better than earlier. And I'll just run this. Please don't mix up with the comments. Ignore the comments. Or okay, I mean, I don't want to waste time. Before sharing the data, I'll remove those comments. Observe and conclude. Tell me, O1 factor for adding or ON factor for adding? Are you understanding things? ON factor now? Okay, that was earlier answer. Right, I was worried. So you can definitely see, just a second, I'll have to swap the screen. Yeah. So here, only thing it is calling is, of course, we have sample data, so that is fine. So hash code. And here, whenever it is detecting the duplicate, you will see tomorrow it goes to the same bucket and it has to check whether the data is same or not. And that is the only thing. So this is more than sufficient for the getting started with this. Tomorrow, be ready to draw some memory diagrams. And this behavior, we will explain it from inside out. And then I will take you to the most important data structure in entire collection framework, which is hash map. That will be all. Whatever pending questions, confusions regarding the generics, please meet me in the lab. And first, I will give you some work to work on the pending doubts and all that in generics. And then definitely, yeah, I said that already, Surya. So whatever are the doubts, you first solve my questions, go through the link. There's a very good link I'm sharing in my sequence. Go through that, and then we can further discuss pending issues. That will be all. I will request Swati ma'am to start the lab session, the first one, the 2:31, 10 minutes late. So we can join, we can start by 2:40. That will be all. Yeah, you're most welcome.